Before the grand empires and the philosophers, there were already tales being spun, tales that wrestled with life, death, and what it means to be human. Think about it. Long before we had scientific method or advanced psychology, people were grappling with the same big questions we are today, often through myths and legends that seem to defy our modern understanding of how knowledge was passed down. It's almost as if these early storytellers tapped into something universal, something that transcends the limitations of their era. What if the answers to some of life's deepest mysteries aren't found in a lab or a philosophy textbook, but in the echoes of a distant past, whispered through the ages? I'm glad you're here. Wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration. Before sleep, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. If you're feeling up to it, why not post your location and local time in the comments? It's always fascinating to see where everyone is tuning in from. Our journey begins not with a whisper, but with a roar in the sun-baked fertile crescent of ancient Mesopotamia, a land cradled between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where civilization itself was just beginning to stir. Here, in the shadowy mists of the 3rd millennium BCE, a tale was born, one that would echo through countless generations, across shifting sands and fallen empires, ultimately becoming known as the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's more than just a story. It's a mosaic of humanity's earliest hopes and fears, chipped from clay tablets, painstakingly pieced together by modern scholars, revealing a world both utterly alien and startlingly familiar. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's about to tell you about Gilgamesh, a king of Uruk, a city that rises from the dusty plains, a city of monumental ziggurats and bustling markets, but also, paradoxically, a place of profound oppression under its powerful ruler. This city, Uruk, was no ordinary settlement. It was a marvel of its time, boasting colossal walls that stretched for miles, protecting its teeming population and hinting at the immense architectural prowess of its builders, a fact that has intrigued archaeologists for centuries, prompting debates about the true extent of its ancient infrastructure. For those who built these walls, whether by brute force or sophisticated engineering, their efforts laid the foundation for one of the earliest urban centers in recorded history, a place where people lived, loved, and toiled under the shadow of a king unlike any other. Gilgamesh himself, the protagonist of our epic, was not merely a king. He was, according to the ancient accounts, 2/3 god and 1/3 human, a formidable blend of divine power and earthly passion. He was said to possess superhuman strength, an imposing physique, and a boundless, often terrifying, energy that he channeled into both monumental construction projects and, unfortunately, tyrannical behavior. Imagine a leader so utterly dominant, so imbued with power, that the very notion of opposing him seems absurd. He was the kind of guy who probably never had to wait in line for anything, and if he did, the line probably just ceased to exist. His presence alone commanded reverence and fear, his voice like thunder, his gaze capable of making even the bravest warrior avert their eyes. This demigod ruler, for all his divine heritage, was anything but benevolent in his early days. He was, to put it mildly, a bit of a nightmare for the citizens of Uruk. He exercised his royal prerogative with a heavy hand, demanding tribute, forcing men into labor, and most infamously, claiming the right of droit du seigneur, effectively violating the sanctity of marriage beds. It was a rule defined by arbitrary power, a stark contrast to the later ideals of justice and law that would emerge in Mesopotamian societies. The specific nature of his tyranny has been a point of fascinating scholarly debate for ages. Was it merely the imposition of forced labor and oppressive taxes, or did it extend to a more personal, destructive interference in the lives of his subjects? Some interpretations suggest his actions, particularly regarding the daughters of Uruk, were symbolic of a king's ultimate authority, while others argue they depict a literal, abusive power. Regardless, the impact on his people was clear. They suffered. His boundless energy, while driving the construction of Uruk's magnificent walls and temples, also manifested in a restless, unchecked ambition that left his subjects weary and oppressed. He was like a perpetual motion machine, but instead of generating clean energy, he generated widespread discontent. The very infrastructure that now impresses historians, the massive fortifications that protected Uruk from external threats, were built on the backs of his exhausted populace. Every brick laid, every stone hoisted, represented a piece of their freedom, their peace, being slowly eroded by the relentless demands of their king. It's a classic paradox of ancient power. The very strength that could protect a city could also crush its inhabitants. So while the walls of Uruk stood tall and proud, a testament to Gilgamesh's will, they also served as a monument to the silent suffering of his people. The walls of Uruk, for all their grandeur, could not contain the rising tide of discontent that swelled within the hearts of its citizens, a silent, pervasive ache that echoed through the narrow alleys and bustling squares. It was a peculiar situation, really, to be so well protected, yet feel so utterly exposed to the whims of one individual. They weren't under siege from an external enemy. Their oppressor was their king, the very person sworn to protect them, which is a bit like having a really fancy alarm system that just lets the cat steal your snacks. The people, in their despair, had nowhere left to turn. No earthly court that could challenge the authority of a king who was, by all accounts, a living god among them. So, in a move born of sheer desperation, they lifted their voices not to their earthly monarch, but to the heavens, crying out to the very deities who had, perhaps, inadvertently given them such a formidable, if flawed, ruler. This widespread appeal to the divine is a common motif in ancient Near Eastern literature, highlighting the belief that gods were intimately involved in human affairs, a concept that continues to spark scholarly debate about the precise nature of divine intervention in early civilizations. Their pleas ascended like smoke from 1,000 hearths, spiraling upwards through the shimmering heat of the Mesopotamian sky, carrying with them the weight of their collective suffering, the quiet anguish of a people pushed to their breaking point. They prayed to the great gods of the pantheon, the powerful beings who presided over cosmic order and earthly destinies, imploring them to intervene, to send some form of respite, some counterbalance to Gilgamesh's relentless might. Imagine the scene: mothers clutching their children, elders with furrowed brows, warriors who felt their strength ebbing under ceaseless labor, all looking to the sky with a desperate hope, a silent plea for liberation. This communal suffering, this shared burden, served as a powerful unifying force among the diverse inhabitants of Uruk, knitting together farmers, artisans, and merchants in a common cause, a yearning for peace and justice that transcended their individual grievances. The gods, residing in their celestial abodes, perhaps feeling a gentle breeze of human misery waft through their divine halls, did indeed hear the cries of Uruk. They convened a grand council, a gathering of the most prominent deities, to discuss the mortal predicament, much like a really important board meeting, but with more thunder and fewer PowerPoint presentations. Among them sat Anu, the father of the gods, stern and majestic; Enlil, the god of wind, air, earth, and storms, whose temper could shake the very foundations of the world; and Aruru, the goddess of creation, whose hands shaped destiny itself. It was Aruru, the great creatrix, who was tasked with addressing the imbalance, with bringing forth a solution that would challenge Gilgamesh, temper his excesses, and restore harmony to the world. The divine response to human prayer is a fascinating aspect of these ancient texts, often showcasing a reactive rather than proactive divine oversight, suggesting that the gods, while powerful, were not always omniscient or entirely benevolent in their governance of humanity. Aruru, the wise and ancient goddess, listened to the laments, her divine ears attuned to the suffering below, and with a cosmic sigh, she dipped her hands into the celestial waters, a primordial pool of creation, and pinched off a piece of clay. It was no ordinary clay, mind you, but the very essence of the wilderness, imbued with the untamed spirit of the wild plains, the strength of the beasts, and the innocence of nature untouched by human civilization. She kneaded this mystical earth between her fingers, shaping it with divine purpose, her movements precise and deliberate, like a master sculptor crafting their masterpiece. This act of creation, the molding of a new being from clay, is a recurring theme in many ancient mythologies, speaking to a fundamental human desire to understand our origins and the creative forces that shape existence. From this sacred clay, imbued with the raw power of the earth, Aruru fashioned a being who would be the antithesis of Gilgamesh's urban, oppressive power, a being of pure, unbridled nature. This was Enkidu, a wild man, uncivilized and uncultured, yet possessed of immense strength and a pure heart. He was a creature of the steppe, born of the earth itself, his body covered in shaggy hair, his strength matching that of the wildest beasts, his instincts owned by a life lived in harmony with the natural world. He ate grass with the gazelles, drank from the watering holes with the wild asses, and roamed the vast open plains with the herds, a true child of the wilderness, utterly unaware of human society or its complex rules. He was, essentially, nature's answer to unchecked civilization, a stark contrast to the sophisticated, if suffocating, world of Uruk. This primal state of Enkidu, before his encounter with humanity, raises interesting questions about the ancient perception of civilization versus nature, and whether one was inherently superior to the other. It's almost like the gods were saying, "Okay, Gilgamesh, you think you're hot stuff with your fancy city? How about we send you a dude who eats dirt and wrestles lions for fun?" Enkidu's existence was one of pure instinct, a life unburdened by the complexities of thought or the nuances of human interaction. He was a creature of immediate sensation, experiencing the world through the rustle of the wind, the scent of the earth, the feel of rain on his skin. He protected the animals, freeing them from the traps set by human hunters, an act that endeared him to the creatures of the wild and made him a protector of their realm. This symbiotic relationship with nature, his role as a guardian of the wild, solidified his identity as a force of untamed purity, a living embodiment of the natural order that Gilgamesh, in his urban arrogance, had seemingly forgotten. His presence in the wilderness created an ecological balance, disrupting the human encroachment upon the wild lands and forcing the hunters to confront a new, formidable obstacle. The appearance of this wild man living among the animals was a source of great consternation for the local trappers, who found their livelihoods mysteriously thwarted, their traps consistently emptied, and their prey seemingly vanishing into thin air. They whispered tales of a powerful, hairy figure, a protector of the herds, an enigma that defied their understanding and threatened their very existence. This disruption to the hunter's way of life foreshadows the larger disruption Enkidu will bring to Gilgamesh's world, challenging established norms and forcing a re-evaluation of power and civilization. One trapper, particularly vexed by the elusive protector of the beasts, finally decided to seek counsel, to find a way to overcome this wild, unyielding force that was robbing him of his catch and his peace of mind. The frustrated trapper, his nets empty and his livelihood threatened, knew he couldn't face this wild enigma alone. It was clear this was no ordinary beast, nor was it a mere man, but something entirely other, something woven from the very fabric of the wilderness he sought to exploit. He mulled over his predicament, watching the sun dip below the horizon, casting long purple shadows across the vast plains, and realized his best bet lay not in brute force, but in wisdom, specifically the wisdom of the one man who seemed to have an answer for everything in Uruk, Gilgamesh. It's a curious irony, isn't it, that the very tyrant the people complained about was also the first thought for solving a truly baffling problem. He decided to journey to the great city, to brave the imposing walls and the king's notoriously short temper, all for the sake of his disrupted traps and the peculiar hairy man who kept setting them free. He presented his strange tale to Gilgamesh, detailing the wild man's immense strength, his communion with the animals, and the inexplicable way he foiled every attempt to hunt. The trapper's voice was filled with a mix of awe and terror as he recounted seeing Enkidu freeing gazelles from snares and drinking alongside herds of wild cattle, painting a picture of a creature that seemed to belong more to myth than to the practical world of hunters and their prey. This account of Enkidu's almost supernatural connection to the natural world poses an interesting question for historians. How much of this portrayal was literal truth, and how much was a metaphorical representation of humanity's evolving relationship with its environment in early Mesopotamian society? Some scholars argue that Enkidu, in his wild state, represents a primal, pre-civilized human, untouched by the complexities and corruptions of urban life. Gilgamesh, ever the pragmatic ruler, and perhaps intrigued by the notion of a being who rivaled his own strength and wildness, listened intently. A flicker of interest, perhaps even a spark of competitive curiosity, ignited in the king's eyes. This was not a problem to be solved with swords and shields, or even more forced labor. This was a challenge that required a different kind of strategy. He recognized that force alone wouldn't subdue such a creature. The solution, he reasoned, lay not in combat, but in civilization itself. After all, if something was wild, you just needed to introduce it to some really good pottery and taxes, right? His plan was simple, yet profoundly revolutionary for its time: to civilize Enkidu, to draw him out of his natural habitat and into the sphere of human influence. To achieve this, Gilgamesh proposed a method that sounds more like a psychological experiment than a royal decree. He would send Shamat, one of the temple harlots, to the watering hole where Enkidu frequented. Shamat was no ordinary woman. She was, in the ancient world, often a figure of profound significance, associated with temple rituals, sacred prostitution, and the very essence of human sensuality and civilization. Her role extended beyond mere physical pleasure. She was seen as an agent of culture, capable of drawing men away from their primal instincts and integrating them into societal norms. It's a concept that still makes modern historians scratch their heads a bit, trying to reconcile our contemporary understanding of such roles with their complex religious and social functions in antiquity. The choice of Shamhat underscores a deep understanding within the epic's original context that civilization was not just about building cities, but about shaping the human spirit. And so the trapper led Shamhat to Enkidu's watering hole, a place where the wild world met the first hesitant incursions of human presence. Shamhat positioned herself strategically, waiting for Enkidu to appear, her senses attuned to the rustle of the wind and the distant sounds of the approaching herds. When Enkidu arrived, he was, as described, a marvel of raw power and untamed grace. Moving with the fluid strength of the animals he protected, he saw her, a human form unlike any he had encountered, standing calmly amidst the wildness, a beacon of an unknown world. The moment of their meeting, a woman of civilization encountering a man of pure nature, is one of the most pivotal and symbolic in the entire epic. Their encounter was protracted, lasting not merely hours, but days and nights, a period during which Shamhat, through her intimacy and instruction, began the slow, profound process of civilizing Enkidu. She introduced him not just to physical intimacy, but to the nuances of human interaction, the taste of human food, the warmth of cooked bread, and the concept of spoken language beyond the guttural calls of the wild. This wasn't just a seduction. It was an education, a systematic unveiling of the human experience that Enkidu had, until then, been entirely deprived of. He learned to eat human food, to wear clothing, to understand the complexities of human emotion and communication. The transition wasn't immediate. It was a gradual unfolding, a shedding of his primal skin for the garments of humanity. It's almost like watching someone discover Wi-Fi for the first time, but instead of the internet, it's, well, everything. As Enkidu embraced these new aspects of existence, a profound transformation occurred within him. The animals, his former companions, who once saw him as one of their own, now shied away, sensing the subtle yet undeniable shift in his being. He was no longer entirely of their world. The scent of humanity clung to him, and the spark of human consciousness had been ignited in his eyes. This alienation from his former life, while perhaps tinged with sadness, was a necessary step in his evolution, severing his ties to the untamed wilderness and drawing him fully into the human realm. This moment encapsulates a fundamental theme: the idea that civilization, while offering knowledge and connection, often comes at the cost of one's primal innocence or connection to nature, a trade-off still debated today. Shamhat, now a mentor as much as a lover, continued to guide him, speaking of Uruk, of its great walls, its temples, and its powerful king, Gilgamesh. She described the city with an allure that painted it as the pinnacle of human achievement, a place where destiny was shaped and where true renown could be found. Her words were carefully chosen, designed to pique his curiosity, to awaken in him a desire for something beyond the simple existence he had known. She framed Gilgamesh not just as a king, but as a destiny, a challenge, perhaps even a foil against whom Enkidu could truly discover his own potential. It was a masterclass in persuasion, gently nudging him towards a future he couldn't yet comprehend. Enkidu, now more man than beast, felt a burgeoning desire to meet this Gilgamesh, to test his own strength against the king of Uruk, to experience the world of humans he had only just begun to understand. He had heard of Gilgamesh's reputation, his strength, and his unchecked power, and a primal urge to confront this mighty ruler began to stir within him, a nascent sense of purpose that transcended his former wild existence. He wasn't entirely sure what this encounter would entail, but he knew, with a certainty that resonated deep in his newly awakened human heart, that his path now led irrevocably to Uruk, to the city, and to the king who awaited him. The stage was set for a confrontation, not just of physical might, but of contrasting worlds, the wild versus the civilized, nature versus culture, leading to a profound shift in the very fabric of their individual destinies. With his mind now set on Uruk, Enkidu, no longer merely a creature of instinct, but a being touched by human consciousness, began his journey towards the magnificent city, a place he had only heard about in Shamhat's captivating descriptions. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's watching Enkidu take his first deliberate steps away from the untamed plains and towards the bustling heart of civilization. A transition that wasn't just geographical, but existential. His powerful legs, once accustomed to bounding across vast expanses alongside wild herds, now trod a path marked by human presence, each step taking him further from the comforting familiarity of nature and deeper into the bewildering complexity of society. This journey was a physical manifestation of his internal transformation, a pilgrimage from a state of primal innocence to one of human experience, mirroring, in a sense, the larger historical shift from nomadic hunter-gatherer societies to settled urban centers, a profound and much debated turning point in human history that some scholars believe was not entirely for the better. As he walked, the wildness that had defined him slowly receded, replaced by a growing awareness of the human world he was entering. The air, once filled with the scents of damp earth and wild herbs, now carried the faint, distant aroma of wood smoke and human habitation. The sounds of chirping insects and rustling leaves gave way to the faint clamor of voices, the distant pounding of hammers, and the lowing of domesticated cattle. He observed the signs of human life, the carefully tended fields, the rudimentary irrigation channels, the scattered settlements of farmers and shepherds, each a small testament to the ingenuity and impact of mankind. It was a world ordered by human hands, a stark contrast to the beautiful chaos of the wilderness he had left behind. Shamhat, his guide and mentor, remained by his side, patiently answering his nascent questions, explaining the purpose of things he had never encountered. The function of a farmer's plow, the intricacies of weaving, the significance of a well-worn path. She introduced him to the basic elements of human society, not through abstract concepts, but through direct experience, allowing him to taste cultivated grains for the first time, to feel the texture of woven cloth against his skin. Her presence was crucial, a gentle bridge between his past and his emerging future, ensuring his transition was not a sudden, disorienting plunge, but a gradual, guided immersion. Without her steadying influence, Enkidu's journey might have been far more jarring, perhaps even leading him to retreat back to the familiar wild. This educational role of Shamhat, the harlot, is a fascinating deviation from modern preconceptions, highlighting her multifaceted significance in ancient Mesopotamian culture, a role that goes far beyond simple physical interaction. He learned to speak, not just in guttural sounds, but in coherent sentences, expressing his thoughts and curiosity about this new, overwhelming world. His mind, once focused solely on survival and instinct, now grappled with concepts like purpose, community, and the subtle dance of human emotions. He began to understand the intricacies of human relationships, the concept of friendship, and the strange, often contradictory, motivations that drove people. It must have been a bit like trying to learn quantum physics by watching reality TV. Baffling, but strangely compelling. The intellectual awakening of Enkidu, moving from an unthinking existence to one of conscious thought and language, reflects the epic's subtle exploration of what truly defines humanity beyond mere biological existence. As they drew closer to Uruk, the signs of its grandeur became more pronounced. The faint outline of its immense walls, visible on the horizon, grew steadily larger, until they loomed like artificial mountains, stretching imposingly across the landscape. The very sight of them must have been overwhelming to Enkidu, a testament to a scale of human achievement he had never imagined. These walls, famously described as having a circuit of 9 miles, were not just fortifications. They were a symbol of Uruk's power, its wealth, and Gilgamesh's ambition. While archaeological evidence confirms Uruk was indeed a massive ancient city, the precise scale of these legendary walls remains a subject of considerable historical debate, with some arguing the poetic descriptions were exaggerated for dramatic effect. Upon entering the city gates, Enkidu was immediately confronted by a sensory overload. The bustling streets teemed with people, merchants hawking their wares, artisans plying their trades, priests performing their rituals, and common citizens going about their daily lives. The air was thick with the mingled scents of spices, dust, human bodies, and the distant aroma of cooking fires. The sounds were a cacophony of human voices, animal cries, and the pervasive hum of urban life for a being who had spent his entire life in the quiet solitude of the wilderness. This vibrant, chaotic scene must have been both exhilarating and profoundly disorienting. He moved through the crowds, his wild eyes taking in every detail, his mind attempting to process the sheer volume of new information. A silent observer navigating a world that was both captivating and alien. He witnessed the social hierarchies of Uruk, the distinction between the powerful and the meek, the rich and the poor, the free and the enslaved. He saw acts of kindness and acts of cruelty, moments of joy and moments of sorrow, gaining a swift, if superficial, understanding of the complex tapestry of human existence. It was a crash course in sociology, taught not in a classroom, but on the dirty, vibrant streets of an ancient metropolis. He also quickly became aware of the pervasive presence of Gilgamesh, not just through the monumental architecture bearing his mark, but through the whispers and glances of the citizens. There was a palpable tension in the air, a mixture of pride in their city and a simmering resentment towards its king. Enkidu learned of Gilgamesh's relentless pursuit of personal glory, his insatiable desire for fame, and his habit of challenging any man who dared to stand out, effectively making sure he was always the biggest fish in the very large pond of Uruk. He heard the stories of Gilgamesh's unyielding nature, his disregard for traditional customs, and his oppressive rule, particularly his habit of asserting his kingly privilege over the young men and women of the city, a practice that caused immense distress among the populace. These tales, passed from mouth to mouth, fueled a burgeoning sense of indignation within Enkidu, a primal sense of justice that felt affronted by Gilgamesh's arrogance and cruelty. It was a feeling he hadn't known in the wild, where power was dictated by natural order, not by arbitrary decree. This growing understanding of Gilgamesh's tyranny, combined with his newly acquired human empathy, began to solidify a purpose within Enkidu. He realized that his journey to Uruk was not just about discovery, but about confrontation. He felt moral imperative to challenge this powerful, oppressive king, to stand up for the downtrodden, and to bring balance to a world that was clearly out of kilter. The gods had created him to be Gilgamesh's equal, a counterweight, and now, immersed in human society, Enkidu felt that divine purpose stir within him more strongly than ever. He wasn't just walking into a city, he was walking into a destiny, a showdown that would define not only his own future, but also that of the king of Uruk. The air in Uruk crackled with anticipation, a silent hum of whispered grievances and simmering discontent that seemed to gather in the very stones of the city, all pointing towards the oppressive shadow cast by King Gilgamesh. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's about to show you how Enkidu, now fully immersed in the human world, felt this tension acutely, his raw, unrefined sense of justice offended by the king's blatant disregard for his subjects' well-being. He had heard the tales of Gilgamesh's arrogance, his unchecked power, and his tyrannical ways, particularly the stories of how the king claimed the right to sleep with any new bride in the city before her husband, a deeply offensive practice that struck at the very heart of familial sanctity and personal dignity. This ancient custom, known as droit du seigneur or jus primae noctis, is a fascinating and much debated topic among historians. While references to it appear in various ancient texts, its actual widespread practice and enforcement are often contested, leaving us to wonder how prevalent such abuses truly were. As Enkidu walked through the bustling streets, past the grand temples and the imposing public buildings, he couldn't help but notice the fear in people's eyes, the quick, averted gazes, and the hushed tones whenever the king's name was mentioned. It was a city under the thumb of a powerful, capricious ruler, and the injustice gnawed at Enkidu's newly awakened conscience. He, who had once roamed free with the beasts, now felt the weight of human oppression, and a fire of defiance began to burn within him. He witnessed the public suffering firsthand, not as an abstract concept, but as the lived reality of the people around him, solidifying his resolve to confront Gilgamesh. The opportunity for this confrontation arose on a day of celebration, a wedding feast for a young couple, which, under Gilgamesh's rule, was always tainted by the ominous expectation of the king's arrival. The mood was a strange blend of joyous festivity and underlying dread, like a party where the uninvited guest, who always brings his own bad vibes, is definitely showing up. It was customary for the king to assert his privilege on such occasions, a tradition that was less about tradition and more about intimidation, a constant reminder of his absolute authority. Enkidu, hearing of this impending violation, felt a surge of righteous fury unlike anything he had experienced in the wild. This wasn't merely a dispute over territory or prey. This was an assault on fundamental human dignity, a concept he was only just beginning to grasp, but one that resonated deeply within his untamed soul. He positioned himself at the threshold of the bridal chamber, a silent, formidable guardian, his powerful frame blocking the entrance, his eyes blazing with a challenge that had never been seen in Uruk before. When Gilgamesh, resplendent in his royal finery and surrounded by his retinue, arrived to claim his prerogative, he was met not with bowing heads and fearful glances, but with the unyielding stare of a man who refused to yield. The sight of Enkidu, this wild, hairy man standing defiant against the king, must have sent shockwaves through the crowd, a collective gasp of disbelief rippling through the onlookers. No one, absolutely no one, had ever dared to challenge Gilgamesh in such a public, direct manner. Gilgamesh, accustomed to absolute obedience, was momentarily taken aback, his regal brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as he assessed this unexpected obstacle. He saw a man who radiated raw power, a physical match for his own legendary strength, a force of nature that seemed to have sprung from the very earth to challenge his dominion. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a mixture of surprise, annoyance, and perhaps a thrill of anticipation. For too long, Gilgamesh had been unchallenged, his strength unmatched, leading to a kind of existential boredom that only another powerful being could alleviate. Now, finally, someone stood before him who might offer a genuine test. Without a single word exchanged, the two titans met, not in a polite handshake, but in a thunderous clash of raw power that shook the foundations of the city. Their struggle was epic, a primal wrestling match that ripped through the very streets of Uruk, tearing down walls and shaking buildings with the force of their blows. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they grappled, their muscles coiling and flexing, each man a whirlwind of power attempting to dominate the other. It was a spectacle of brute force and unyielding will, a contest of divine strength meeting untamed nature, a battle that dwarfed any gladiatorial bout and probably made the local construction workers groan about all the repairs they'd have to do. Dust rose in choking clouds around them, obscuring them from the awestruck gaze of the citizens, who watched in terrified fascination from a safe distance. The roar of their efforts echoed through the city, a symphony of grunts, strained breaths, and the impact of powerful bodies colliding. They locked arms, strained against each other, pushed, pulled, and grappled with an intensity that seemed to defy mortal limits. The very air crackled with the energy of their struggle, a tension so palpable it could almost be tasted. This wrestling match isn't just physical, it's a symbolic confrontation between civilization and nature, order and chaos, ultimately leading to a balance that defines the epic's core message. Neither man yielded an inch, each pushing the other to their absolute limits, testing not just their physical prowess, but their very willpower. Gilgamesh, fueled by years of unchallenged dominance, fought with a fierce pride, unwilling to concede defeat. Enkidu, driven by his nascent sense of justice and the untamed power of the wild, fought with an equally potent determination. Unwilling to let tyranny stand, the struggle continued, a relentless back and forth, until finally, Gilgamesh, drawing upon his divine heritage and perhaps a hidden reserve of cunning, managed to pin Enkidu, forcing him to one knee. It was a momentary advantage, a fleeting victory, but enough to signify a technical win. As Gilgamesh stood over his defeated opponent, breathing heavily, the dust settling around them, something remarkable happened. Instead of triumph or gloating, a look of profound respect flickered in his eyes. He saw not a vanquished foe, but a worthy adversary, a true equal, the only being who had ever truly challenged him. And Enkidu, looking up at the panting king, saw not a tyrant, but a force of nature, a kindred spirit who possessed a power and a will as immense as his own. The battle had cleared the air, literally and figuratively, stripping away their preconceived notions and revealing the raw essence of their beings. In that moment of shared exhaustion and mutual respect, the animosity that had driven their clash dissolved, replaced by an unexpected and powerful connection. It was the birth of a bond that would transcend their initial conflict, a friendship forged in the crucible of battle, an alliance that would forever alter the course of both their lives and indeed the very narrative of human myth. This unexpected pivot from fierce combat to profound camaraderie is a central theme of the epic, demonstrating how shared experience and mutual respect can bridge even the most formidable divides. From the dust and exhaustion of their monumental struggle, a bond began to blossom between Gilgamesh and Enkidu, a connection as unexpected as a desert bloom, yet as strong and unyielding as the ancient cedars they would later seek. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's seeing the first fragile tendrils of genuine camaraderie reaching out between these two formidable beings. Their battle had been more than a test of strength. It had been a crucible, melting away Gilgamesh's arrogance and Enkidu's wild isolation, forging them into something new, a partnership. This transformation from adversaries to allies is a classic narrative trope, but in the Epic of Gilgamesh, it carries a profound weight, symbolizing the integration of raw nature with refined civilization, a balance crucial for true heroism. It's a bit like when two rival sports teams finally realize they're both just really good at kicking a ball, and maybe they should team up instead of just kicking each other. The very air in Uruk seemed to lighten after their fight. The oppressive tension that had hung over the city began to dissipate, replaced by a cautious optimism. The citizens who had watched their king and this wild stranger clash now saw their monarch transformed, not by divine intervention, but by the unexpected companionship of an equal. Gilgamesh, the tyrant, softened, his restless energy once directed towards exploiting his people, now found a new outlet in shared adventures and intellectual discourse with Enkidu. The king, who had once caused weeping and despair, now inspired a different kind of awe, one tempered by the visible change in his demeanor. This shift in Gilgamesh's character, spurred by his friendship with Enkidu, is a cornerstone of the epic's message about the civilizing power of companionship and empathy. Enkidu, for his part, found in Gilgamesh not just a friend, but a mirror, a reflection of his own strength and ambition, but also a guide to the complexities of the human world. He learned more about human society from Gilgamesh, from their conversations and shared experiences, than he ever could have from Shamhat alone. Gilgamesh introduced him to the intricacies of Uruk's court, the subtleties of its politics, and the rich tapestry of its culture, filling the gaps in Enkidu's education. He was no longer just a wild man in a city. He was becoming a true citizen, respected and admired, not just for his strength, but for his burgeoning wisdom. Their intellectual camaraderie, often overlooked amidst the epic's grand adventures, speaks to the sophisticated understanding of friendship in ancient Mesopotamian thought, where shared knowledge and mutual respect were highly valued. Their days were now filled with shared purpose. They explored the vast city, discussing its architecture, its history, and its future. They engaged in contests of strength, not out of animosity, but out of a joyful spirit of competition, honing their skills and deepening their respect for each other's formidable abilities. They hunted together in the plains outside Uruk, their combined prowess unmatched, bringing down beasts that had once terrorized the countryside. It was a golden age for Uruk, a time when the king's strength was used for the common good, channeled through the lens of genuine friendship. But for two beings of such immense power and restless spirit, the relative peace of Uruk, no matter how improved, could only last so long. Gilgamesh, having found an equal, felt the stirrings of a new kind of ambition. An ambition not just for personal glory, but for immortal fame. A legacy that would echo beyond the fleeting span of a mortal life. He craved an adventure that would cement their names in the annals of history. A feat so grand that it would distinguish them from all other kings and heroes. This yearning for immortal fame, rather than divine immortality, is a crucial distinction in the epic, highlighting a very human desire for lasting impact. It's the ancient Mesopotamian equivalent of wanting your face on a really big rock. But, like a cosmic rock, he proposed a perilous journey, one that would take them far beyond the safety of Uruk's walls into the deepest, most dangerous reaches of the known world. Their destination, the Cedar Forest, a mythical, sacred place guarded by the monstrous Humbaba, a fearsome giant appointed by the god Enlil himself. Humbaba was no ordinary foe. He was the personification of raw, untamed nature, his roar like a flood, his breath a raging fire, his gaze a harbinger of death. The forest itself was a forbidden realm, a primeval sanctuary of colossal cedar trees, their wood sacred to the gods, making the very act of entering it an act of profound disrespect, an affront to the divine order. The depiction of the Cedar Forest as a sacred, forbidden realm underscores the ancient Mesopotamian reverence for natural resources and the belief that certain landscapes were imbued with divine power, a perspective very different from modern industrial exploitation. Gilgamesh spoke of the glory the challenge, and the opportunity to carve their names into eternity by defeating such a formidable guardian. Who, he mused to Enkidu, his eyes gleaming with excitement, can be truly immortal without having conquered such a beast? Our names will be sung in every corner of the earth, our deeds remembered for 1,000 generations. He wasn't just planning a trip, he was planning a brand launch, except the brand was Unstoppable Heroes. He argued that true greatness lay not in ruling a city, but in defying the limits imposed by gods and monsters, in achieving something truly unparalleled. Enkidu, though initially hesitant, was swayed by Gilgamesh's persuasive arguments and the undeniable allure of such a grand adventure. He knew the dangers. Having lived in the wild, he understood the untamed ferocity of nature and the true power of such a monstrous guardian. He warned Gilgamesh of Humbaba's terrifying power, of the divine wrath they might incur by desecrating a sacred forest. "My friend," he cautioned, his voice grave, "this is no mere hunt. Humbaba's breath is death, his roar a deluge. The gods themselves protect him." His hesitation, however, was quickly overcome by his loyalty to Gilgamesh and his own growing desire for purpose beyond the familiar. The decision to embark on such a dangerous quest, despite the clear divine warnings, highlights a recurring theme of hubris and ambition in the epic, a driving force for many ancient heroes. The elders of Uruk, hearing of their king's audacious plan, were predictably horrified. They pleaded with Gilgamesh, reminding him of his duty to his people, cautioning him against such a foolhardy endeavor that risked not only his life, but the well-being of the entire city. "You are our shepherd, our protector," they cried. "Do not abandon us for such a reckless quest." Their pleas echoed the pragmatic wisdom of established society, valuing stability and safety over heroic glory, a classic conflict between individual ambition and communal responsibility. This counsel from the elders is particularly interesting because it represents a collective voice of caution and societal wisdom, a counterpoint to the impetuousness of the young king. But Gilgamesh, bolstered by Enkidu's unwavering support, dismissed their warnings. He was convinced that true leadership meant facing the greatest challenges, proving his worth not just as a ruler, but as a hero among heroes. He was deaf to their concerns, his mind fixed on the grandeur of the Cedar Forest and the glory of confronting Humbaba. His arrogance, though tempered by his newfound friendship, remained a potent force, pushing him towards ever greater feats. He reassured the worried citizens, promising to return victorious, laden with glory that would forever illuminate Uruk's name. The die was cast, the decision made. The two friends, inseparable and determined, began to make preparations for their epic journey. A journey that would take them to the very edge of the known world and beyond, into the realm of myth and the terrifying embrace of their destiny. With the decision made and the elders' protests fading into the background like a distant grumbling thunder, Gilgamesh and Enkidu began the arduous preparations for their monumental journey to the Cedar Forest, an undertaking that was less a simple trip and more a grand expedition into the unknown. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's seeing them meticulously gather what they would need, not just weapons and provisions, but a profound courage, a readiness to face the terrifying guardian, Humbaba, and the wrath of the gods who protected him. Their preparations were a testament to their unwavering resolve, a silent declaration that no obstacle, divine or monstrous, would deter them from their quest for immortal renown, though some might argue it was less courage and more a severe case of overconfidence. First came the weapons, forged by the finest smiths in Uruk, blades honed to a razor's edge, axes heavy with the promise of destruction. They carried bows, arrows tipped with obsidian, and quivers overflowing with lethal projectiles, each one crafted for maximum impact against a creature of immense power. Gilgamesh, ever the warrior, favored a massive axe, its head gleaming ominously in the Mesopotamian sun, while Enkidu, leaning into his primal strength, preferred a heavy, spiked club capable of crushing bone and splintering stone. These weren't just tools. They were extensions of their will, symbols of their readiness to confront the formidable challenge ahead. Though one could easily wonder if any mere weapon could truly stand against a divine guardian, the specific design and materials of these ancient weapons offer a fascinating glimpse into the metallurgical capabilities and tactical considerations of the era, prompting ongoing archaeological discussions about the actual effectiveness of such armaments against mythical beasts. They also prepared provisions for a long and arduous trek: dried meat, parched grain, skins filled with water, enough to sustain them through the desolate lands they would traverse. This journey wouldn't be a leisurely stroll through a park. It would take them across sun-scorched deserts, over treacherous mountains, and through dense, unfamiliar terrain, far beyond the well-trod paths of Uruk. The practicalities of such an ancient journey, sustaining two extremely powerful individuals for weeks in harsh environments, highlights the logistical challenges faced by early explorers, a detail often overlooked in the grand sweep of heroic tales. Imagine trying to pack enough snacks for two demigods without a cooler. It's a logistical nightmare. Before their departure, however, a critical step remained: seeking the blessings and wisdom of the elders of Uruk, despite having previously dismissed their warnings. This act, while perhaps appearing contradictory, was a nod to tradition and an acknowledgement of the collective wisdom of the community, even if Gilgamesh ultimately intended to follow his own path. They approached the Council of Elders, their faces etched with a gravity that befitted the momentousness of their undertaking. The elders, still wary but resigned to the king's will, performed the necessary rituals, offering prayers to the gods for their safe passage and eventual triumph. They implored the sun, god Shamash, who oversaw justice and journeys, to protect the heroes from harm and guide them through the perilous wilderness, asking him to shine his benevolent light upon their path. The elders also offered their solemn counsel, their words heavy with ancient wisdom and the collective experience of generations. They reminded Gilgamesh of the immense danger he faced, not just from Humbaba, but from the wrath of the gods who might oppose their violation of sacred ground. They urged him to heed Enkidu's advice, recognizing the wild man's innate understanding of the natural world and his unique connection to its primal forces. Let Enkidu go before you, they advised, their voices resonating with authority, for he knows the wilderness and he will protect your back. The one who leads must be protected by the one who knows the path. This directive, Placing Enkidu in a protective, guiding role subtly elevates his status from mere companion to indispensable partner, hinting at the profound interdependence that would define their heroic endeavors. Gilgamesh, though confident, listened to their words, recognizing the practical wisdom in their counsel. He accepted their blessings and their warnings, promising to return victorious and to uphold the honor of Uruk. It was a formal acknowledgement of the societal framework he operated within, even as he pushed against its boundaries. With these rituals concluded and their provisions secured, the two heroes, bathed in the morning light, finally set forth from Uruk, leaving behind the towering walls and the anxious gaze of its citizens. Their departure was a grand spectacle, a moment of both apprehension and immense civic pride, as the people watched their king and his wild companion embark on a journey into legend. Their initial march was swift, their powerful strides covering ground with impressive speed. Their destination, the distant Cedar Forest, a place spoken of in hushed tones, shrouded in myth and peril. They traversed vast plains where the wind whispered ancient secrets through dry grasses, and the horizon stretched endlessly before them, a canvas of shifting sands and distant mountains. The journey itself was a test of endurance, a continuous challenge against the elements and the vastness of the untamed world. Each step was a commitment to their audacious quest, taking them further from the known world and deeper into the realm of legend, a realm where even the most seasoned traveler could easily lose their way. As they journeyed, a pattern began to emerge, a strange and vivid phenomenon that underscored the divine attention, or perhaps interference, in their quest. Each night, as the vast starry canvas of the Mesopotamian sky unfurled above them, Gilgamesh was plagued by a series of disturbing and prophetic dreams. These were no ordinary nightmares. They were clear, albeit symbolic, messages from the gods, often foretelling danger and hinting at the trials to come. The recurrence of these dreams and their consistent interpretation by Enkidu highlights the importance of omens and divine communication in ancient Mesopotamian belief systems, where dreams were often seen as direct conduits to the divine will. It's like having a psychic co-pilot, but instead of telling you which exit to take, they're telling you that a giant monster is probably going to try and eat you. Gilgamesh, troubled by these nocturnal visions, would wake in a cold sweat, recounting the details to Enkidu, who, with his innate connection to the spiritual and natural world, possessed a remarkable gift for interpretation. Enkidu would listen patiently, his brow furrowed in concentration, then offer his insights, always interpreting the ominous symbols as favorable omens, as signs of their ultimate triumph. For instance, Gilgamesh might dream of a mountain collapsing upon him, and Enkidu would calmly explain that this signified the mountain, Umbaba, falling before them. Or Gilgamesh might dream of being attacked by a fearsome beast, and Enkidu would assure him that the beast represented a challenge they would overcome, not a defeat. This recurring dynamic established Enkidu not just as Gilgamesh's protector and companion, but as his spiritual guide, his interpreter of the divine, a role that brought a layer of philosophical depth to their physical journey. These interpretations, whether truly accurate or simply designed to bolster Gilgamesh's confidence, had a profound effect. They transformed potential terror into renewed determination, doubt into conviction. With each new dream and Enkidu's reassuring explanation, Gilgamesh's resolve solidified, pushing aside his mortal anxieties and reinforcing his belief in their destined success. It was a psychological shield against the mounting fear, a constant reaffirmation that their journey, however perilous, was under a benevolent, if somewhat enigmatic, divine purview. Thus, armed with divine blessings, sturdy weapons, ample provisions, and a dream interpreter who could spin any nightmare into a motivational poster, the two heroes pressed on, their footsteps echoing across the ancient lands, drawing ever closer to the legendary Cedar Forest and the monstrous guardian that awaited them within its shadowy depths. As Gilgamesh and Enkidu drew closer to the Cedar Forest, the very air began to change, growing cooler, thicker, with the scent of ancient wood and damp earth, a palpable shift from the sun-drenched plains they had left behind. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now guiding you through a landscape that transformed from open wilderness to a dense primeval forest. A transition that brought with it an increasing sense of foreboding. The trees, at first scattered and then growing more numerous, began to loom taller, their branches intertwining overhead to form a natural canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor, casting long, eerie shadows that danced with every whisper of the wind. This visual shift from open plains to a dark, enclosed forest is a powerful symbolic transition, moving the heroes from the familiar world into a realm of myth and the unknown. The silence within the forest was not a comforting quiet, but an oppressive hush, broken only by the rustle of unseen creatures and the distant, almost imperceptible groan of ancient wood. It was a silence that spoke of immense age, of secrets held for millennia, and of a guardian whose presence permeated every root and leaf. Enkidu, with his deep connection to nature, felt the presence of Humbaba keenly, a monstrous energy thrumming beneath the surface of the forest, a territorial dominance that was both ancient and malevolent. He recognized the shift, the increasing weight of the air, the subtle vibrations in the ground, all signaling their approach to the heart of the sacred, forbidden woods. This primal awareness in Enkidu serves as a vital counterpoint to Gilgamesh's more human ambition, offering an intuitive understanding of the dangers they face. Suddenly, a sound, unlike anything they had ever heard, ripped through the stillness of the forest, Humbaba's roar. It was not merely a sound, but a force of nature, a terrifying bellow that echoed through the valleys and shook the very leaves from the trees, sending shockwaves through the earth beneath their feet. The sound was said to be like the rush of a flood, a whirlwind, and a devouring fire all at once, enough to make even the bravest warrior question their sanity. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated primal power, a warning from the guardian that intruders had dared to trespass upon his sacred domain. Imagine if a lion, a tornado, and a dragon all decided to have a screaming contest, and you're still probably nowhere close. Gilgamesh, though courageous, felt a tremor of fear, a primal instinct that tried to seize his very soul. Even a demigod king, for all his bravado, couldn't deny the terrifying power of such a sound. He gripped his axe tighter, his knuckles white, his breath catching in his throat. Enkidu, sensing his friend's momentary falter, placed a reassuring hand on Gilgamesh's shoulder, his eyes steady and resolute. "Fear not, my friend," Enkidu said, his voice a low rumble. For we have come this far. We shall face him together. Remember our oath. Remember the fame we seek. His words, imbued with a quiet strength, bolstered Gilgamesh's resolve, drawing him back from the precipice of fear and reaffirming their shared purpose. This role of Enkidu as Gilgamesh's emotional anchor and moral compass is crucial, transforming a solitary, arrogant hero into one capable of true partnership. As they pressed deeper into the forest, the signs of Humbaba's presence became more overt, more terrifying. They saw monstrous tracks imprinted in the soft earth, larger than any animal they had ever encountered, leading them deeper into the shadows. The air grew thick with a pungent, unpleasant odor. The stench of the beast, a mixture of sulfur and decay that clung to the ancient trees. They passed through clearings where trees had been uprooted and tossed aside as if by a child. Massive trunks splintered and shattered, demonstrating the creature's immense, destructive power. This trail of destruction served as a chilling prelude to the confrontation, building tension and emphasizing the formidable nature of their foe. Finally, they reached the heart of the Cedar Forest, a vast clearing dominated by a single, colossal cedar tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens like a natural cathedral. And there, amidst the ancient grandeur, stood Humbaba, the fearsome guardian, a sight that defied imagination. He was depicted with a face made of entrails, his body covered in scales, and claws like a lion. Though his exact appearance varies slightly across different ancient Mesopotamian texts, leaving a fascinating open historiographic mystery regarding the precise visual representation of this primordial monster. Some versions suggest a more anthropomorphic form, while others lean towards a more composite, beast-like depiction. What is certain, however, is that he was truly monstrous, embodying the raw, terrifying power of the untamed wilderness. Humbaba turned his terrifying gaze upon them, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent, and let out another earth-shattering roar, a challenge that vibrated through their very bones. "Intruders!" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the forest. "You dare to defile the sacred forest of Enlil. You dare to challenge Humbaba, appointed guardian of the gods?" His voice was laced with ancient fury, a palpable rage at their sacrilegious intrusion into his protected domain. He was the embodiment of divine wrath, a living barrier against human encroachment, a force of nature personified. Gilgamesh and Enkidu, though momentarily staggered by the sheer power of the beast, stood their ground. This was the moment they had journeyed for, the ultimate test of their combined strength and courage. Gilgamesh raised his great axe, its polished head glinting menacingly in the dim light, while Enkidu brandished his spiked club, its heavy weight feeling reassuring in his grip. There was no turning back now. The confrontation was inevitable. A clash between the forces of nascent human civilization and the ancient, untamed power of the divine wilderness. The battle began with a furious charge from Humbaba, a whirlwind of claws and roars as he lunged at the two heroes. He struck with immense force, his blows capable of shattering stone, tearing through the ancient trees that surrounded them. Gilgamesh and Enkidu moved with incredible agility, dodging his attacks, their combined strength and coordinated movements proving a formidable challenge even for the monstrous guardian. They attacked him from different sides, creating openings, distracting him, and attempting to exploit any weakness they could find in his terrifying defenses. It was a dance of death, a brutal ballet of power and evasion fought amidst the ancient cedars, the very air thick with the dust of battle and the lingering scent of fear. The noise of their struggle was deafening. The clang of metal against monstrous scales, the splintering of wood as Humbaba crashed through trees, the grunts of exertion from the heroes, and the continuous, terrifying roars of the Guardian. They fought tirelessly, their muscles straining, their lungs burning, pushing themselves beyond any previous limit. The ground became churned earth, marked by the immense power of their conflict, a testament to the epic struggle unfolding in the heart of the sacred forest. This prolonged, brutal combat scene underscores the physical and mental endurance required of ancient heroes, demonstrating that even with divine favor, victory was hard won. The colossal battle raged within the hallowed depths of the Cedar Forest, a swirling vortex of dust, splintered wood, and the primal roars of Humbaba, punctuated by the grunts and determined shouts of Gilgamesh and Enkidu. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's showing you a scene of chaotic ferocity, where two demigods, or near demigods, grappled with a creature of divine appointment, each blow echoing like thunder through the ancient trees. Their combined strength was immense, yet Humbaba, with his terrifying power, and the divine mandate of Enlil, proved to be an adversary of truly monumental proportions, making every inch of ground gained a hard-fought victory. It was less a structured fight and more a desperate, instinctual brawl, where survival hinged on sheer willpower and unyielding determination. Humbaba, with his monstrous strength and terrifying aspect, retaliated with furious blows, his massive claws capable of tearing through the ancient cedars as if they were reeds, forcing the heroes to constantly dodge and weave through the chaotic destruction. He lashed out with limbs like tree trunks, his breath a noxious vapor, searing the very air around them, forcing them to gasp for cleaner air amidst the suffocating stench of his fury. He was a force of nature, a living embodiment of the raw, untamed power of the wilderness, striking with an indiscriminate rage that threatened to overwhelm them both. It's like trying to fight a very angry, very large, and very smelly tornado with a couple of pointy sticks. Despite Humbaba's immense power, Gilgamesh and Enkidu fought with a synchronized ferocity born of their burgeoning bond. They moved as one, a seamless unit, their individual strengths complementing each other. Gilgamesh, with his strategic mind and kingly authority, directed their assaults, while Enkidu, leveraging his intimate knowledge of primal combat and raw strength, delivered powerful, crushing blows. They darted in and out, aiming for weaknesses, attempting to exploit any momentary lapse in the monster's defense. A grueling dance of offense and defense that stretched their endurance to its absolute limits. Their teamwork was not just physical. It was an unspoken understanding, a shared intuition that allowed them to anticipate each other's movements and react instantaneously to Humbaba's devastating attacks. This coordinated effort, a blend of brute force and tactical cunning, stands as a testament to the power of unity, a theme that resonates deeply within the epic. The forest itself seemed to groan under the strain of their conflict, ancient roots trembling, branches snapping, and leaves raining down like a desperate plea from the very earth. The air was thick with the dust of battle, mingled with the earthy scent of broken wood and the acrid tang of Humbaba's breath. It was a chaotic symphony of destruction, a primeval struggle that felt as old as time itself, with the fate of both the heroes and perhaps the balance between civilization and wilderness hanging in the balance. The depiction of the forest actively reacting to the battle is an interesting literary device that anthropomorphizes nature, suggesting that the environment itself is a conscious entity aware of the unfolding conflict. Just as the battle reached its frenzied peak and the heroes seemed to be nearing exhaustion, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through the forest, followed by another and another, until 9 mighty winds, the very winds gifted to Gilgamesh by the sun god Shamash before his departure, descended upon Humbaba. These were not ordinary winds. They were divine forces, swirling gales that lashed at the monster, blinding him with dust, buffeting his colossal form, and momentarily disorienting him. This divine intervention, often seen as a direct answer to Shamash's earlier blessing, is a pivotal moment, shifting the tide of battle decisively in the hero's favor. It highlights the recurring role of divine assistance in ancient heroic narratives, raising the historiographic question of how much human agency was truly believed to exist independent of divine will in Mesopotamian thought. Were heroes merely puppets of the gods, or did their actions earn them divine favor? Stunned and momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden supernatural assault, Humbaba faltered, his monstrous roars turning into grunts of pain and confusion. This was the opening Gilgamesh and Enkidu had been desperately waiting for. Seizing the opportunity, Gilgamesh, with a mighty cry, brought his great axe crashing down with all his divine strength, aiming for the monster's neck. The blow was devastating, shearing through Humbaba's thick hide and causing the creature to stagger, a guttural shriek of agony erupting from his monstrous throat. Enkidu, not to be outdone, followed immediately with his heavy club, striking Humbaba in the head with immense force, a blow that echoed through the forest and sent vibrations through the ground. The combined assault was too much for even the mighty guardian. With a final earth-shattering bellow of pain and defeat, Humbaba crashed to the ground, his colossal form sending tremors through the forest. His reign of terror brought to a violent end. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the panting breaths of the victorious heroes and the distant, settling rustle of disturbed leaves. As Humbaba lay dying, a tragic, almost human plea escaped his lips. He begged for mercy, promising Gilgamesh immense wealth and eternal servitude if his life was spared. His voice, once a terrifying roar, was now reduced to a desperate, pathetic whisper, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. Gilgamesh, for a fleeting moment, considered the monster's desperate plea. Perhaps the thrill of victory had softened his heart, or perhaps the sheer audacity of Humbaba's offer was tempting. But Enkidu, ever the pragmatic and perhaps less swayed by sentimentality, intervened. He reminded Gilgamesh of Humbaba's true nature, of his malice and the danger he posed to any who dared to cross his path, and more importantly, of the divine wrath they would incur from Enlil if they showed mercy to his appointed guardian. Do not listen to his words, my friend, Enkidu urged, his voice firm. He is a creature of evil, appointed by Enlil. If you spare him, you will incur the wrath of the gods. and our fame will be tarnished." His words cut through Gilgamesh's brief moment of hesitation, reinforcing their shared purpose and the severe consequences of defying divine will. With Enkidu's stern warning echoing in his ears, Gilgamesh steeled his resolve. He raised his axe one last time, a final, decisive blow, severing Humbaba's head, bringing a definitive end to the monstrous guardian. The air cleared, and a strange sense of relief, mingled with the heavy weight of their deed, settled over the Cedar Forest. They had done it. They had vanquished the fearsome Humbaba, achieving the immortal fame they so desperately craved. The monumental nature of this act cannot be overstated. It was not just the slaying of a monster, but a symbolic conquest of the wild, a monumental step in the narrative of human dominance over nature. After their triumph, Gilgamesh and Enkidu did not linger. They began the work of felling the great cedar trees, gathering the sacred timber that had been Humbaba's charge. This act, the felling of the very trees the monster had guarded, was a deliberate assertion of their victory, a symbolic reclaiming of the forest from its ancient divine protection. They harvested the finest, tallest cedars, intending to bring them back to Uruk, not just as spoils of war, but as a tangible symbol of their glorious achievement, timber that would be used to build a grand gate for the city and a new door for Enlil's temple. A final act of both tribute and defiance. The precise method of felling such massive trees with ancient tools is another point of considerable interest for historical reconstruction. Imagining the sheer labor and engineering required for such an endeavor. With their task complete and the scent of fresh-cut cedar filling the air, they turned their faces towards Uruk, ready to return triumphant, their names forever etched into the annals of legend. The journey back to Uruk, laden with the spoils of their monumental victory and the intoxicating scent of freshly cut cedar, was far less fraught with internal tension than their outward march, yet it was not without its moments of significant spiritual weight. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now accompanying Gilgamesh and Enkidu as they return triumphant, their initial anxiety replaced by a quiet sense of accomplishment and the satisfaction of a perilous quest fulfilled. They carried the head of Humbaba, a grim trophy, and the magnificent cedar timbers, symbols of their defiance against divine will and their hard-won fame. This journey, rather than being merely a return trip, served as a period of reflection, a silent acknowledgement of the profound deed they had committed and the potential ramifications of challenging the gods. As they made their way through the familiar landscapes, the vast open plains seemed less menacing now, the distant mountains less imposing. The physical journey was easier, but the heroes carried a new burden, the knowledge of what they had done. They had entered a sacred domain, defeated a divinely appointed guardian, and felled the very trees he was sworn to protect. This act, while securing their fame among mortals, was a blatant challenge to the cosmic order maintained by the great gods, particularly Enlil, who had specifically appointed Humbaba as the forest's protector. The concept of hubris, or excessive pride, and its consequences, is a cornerstone of many ancient narratives, and Gilgamesh's actions here are a prime example. It's the ancient equivalent of keying someone's really, really nice, super expensive car, then boasting about it to the entire neighborhood. Upon their approach, the news of their victory spread like wildfire through Uruk. The citizens, who had watched them depart with trepidation, now rushed to greet their returning heroes with joyous celebrations. The city gates, once a symbol of their king's power, were now opened wide to welcome back their champions. A collective sigh of relief, mingled with shouts of adulation, erupted as Gilgamesh and Enkidu, dusty but triumphant, entered the city. They were no longer just the king and his wild companion. They were saviors, legends, the men who had dared to challenge the formidable Humbaba and emerged victorious. The contrast between the citizens' initial fear of Gilgamesh and their current adulation highlights the transformative power of shared triumph and how a king's perceived legitimacy can be dramatically altered by heroic deeds. The cedar timbers were brought into the city with great ceremony, the air filled with the sweet, fresh scent of the sacred wood. These colossal logs, tangible proof of their daring feat, were destined for a grand purpose. Gilgamesh decreed that the tallest and finest of the cedars would be used to construct a magnificent new city gate, a towering structure that would serve as a permanent monument to their victory over Humbaba and a testament to Uruk's burgeoning power. This gate would not only fortify the city, but also embody the king's glory and the triumph of human endeavor over the forces of untamed nature. The act of building such a gate held deep symbolic significance in ancient urban planning, representing not just defense, but also civic identity and collective achievement. Another portion of the sacred cedar was dedicated to a new door for Enlil's temple, a gesture that, while seemingly reverent, carried a subtle undertone of defiance. By using the very wood guarded by Enlil's monster for his own temple door, Gilgamesh was, in a way, asserting his triumph over the god's appointed guardian. It was a complex act of homage mixed with hubris, acknowledging the deity while simultaneously demonstrating human supremacy. This architectural decision, using the symbol of their conquest as an offering, prompts a deeper inquiry into the ancient concept of religious patronage and the blurred lines between reverence and appropriation. In expressing power dynamics with the divine, the people of Uruk celebrated their heroes with feasts and songs, their joy unbridled. Gilgamesh and Enkidu were paraded through the streets, showered with garlands, and hailed as the greatest warriors of their age. The atmosphere was one of triumphant revelry, a collective exhalation of relief and pride that their king had not only returned, but had brought such glory to their city. For a time, the oppressive aspects of Gilgamesh's rule were forgotten amidst the euphoria of their shared victory. The fame they had sought was theirs, reverberating through every corner of Uruk, transforming the narrative of the city and its king. However, even amidst this fervent celebration, the unseen consequences of their actions were beginning to stir in the celestial realms. The gods, particularly Enlil, were not amused. The defeat of Humbaba was not merely a monster slain. It was a profound transgression, a direct challenge to divine authority. The slaying of a creature appointed by the gods and the desecration of a sacred forest were acts of immense hubris that would not go unpunished. The divine council was surely taking note, their collective frown casting a long, invisible shadow over the mortals' joyous celebrations. This undercurrent of divine displeasure, contrasting sharply with human celebration, builds narrative tension and foreshadows the impending reckoning for the hero's audacious deeds. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Gilgamesh, now at the pinnacle of his earthly power and fame, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had faced death and emerged victorious. He had proved his strength against a supernatural foe, and he had gained the immortal renown he so desperately craved. He believed himself untouchable, a hero without equal, destined for even greater triumphs. This period of unchallenged success and growing self-confidence marks a peak in Gilgamesh's journey before the tragic turning point that will force him to confront his own mortality. It's the moment where everything feels perfect, just before the universe decides to remind you that it has other plans. It was in this atmosphere of unparalleled triumph, while basking in the glow of his victory, that Gilgamesh's imposing figure and heroic deeds caught the eye of a powerful and volatile deity. Ishtar, the goddess of love, war, and fertility. She was a goddess of immense power and captivating beauty, her allure legendary, her temper fearsome. She observed Gilgamesh, perhaps from her celestial throne, perhaps from the very streets of Uruk, and was captivated by his strength, his valor, and his undeniable charisma. The specific motivations for Ishtar's sudden interest in Gilgamesh, whether pure desire, political maneuvering, or a test of his character, remain a point of scholarly debate, highlighting the complex and often ambiguous nature of divine motivations in ancient myth. Ishtar descended from the heavens, manifesting herself before Gilgamesh in all her divine splendor, radiating a captivating aura of beauty and power. She offered him a proposition, a grand offer that seemed too good to be true, promising him immense power, unparalleled wealth, and eternal glory if he would become her husband. She spoke of unimaginable riches, of chariots of lapis lazuli and gold, of a palace of kings, and of himself becoming a supreme ruler, wielding power beyond any mortal king. It was an offer designed to tempt even the most steadfast of heroes, a chance to solidify his power and transcend even his current legendary status. Her offer, on the surface, seems incredibly generous, but its very grandiosity hints at the underlying manipulative nature of the goddess. Ishtar, the luminous and formidable goddess of love and war, presented herself before Gilgamesh in a breathtaking display of divine allure, her presence radiating with an otherworldly beauty that promised unimaginable delights and boundless power. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now witnessing this pivotal moment where a mortal hero is directly confronted by a deity's seductive offer, a moment charged with both temptation and extreme peril. She had descended from her celestial abode, drawn by the raw strength and undeniable charisma of the king who had just conquered Humbaba, seeing in him a mortal worthy of her divine attention, perhaps even her divine passion. Her proposition was grand, a celestial invitation to join her in a life of unparalleled luxury and dominion, to become her consort, to wield immense power, and be adorned with riches beyond mortal comprehension. A proposal that, for any other king, would have been an instant, unhesitating acceptance. Her voice, described as melodious yet commanding, spun visions of glory, chariots of lapis lazuli and gold, a palace fit for the gods, and Gilgamesh himself elevated to a position of supreme authority, ruling over nations, his every desire fulfilled. It was an offer designed to appeal to his ambition, his pride, and perhaps even his burgeoning understanding of the deeper mysteries of existence. She painted a picture of a life free from mortal worries, a destiny intertwined with the divine, a chance to transcend the very limitations he had just fought so hard to overcome. The allure of such a proposition, combining power, comfort, and divine favor, is almost irresistible, serving as a significant moral test for the hero. It's like being offered a lifetime supply of your favorite snack, but you just know there's a catch. However, Gilgamesh, despite his initial arrogance and craving for fame, had matured through his journey and his friendship with Enkidu. He possessed a nascent wisdom, a keen, almost cynical understanding of the world, gleaned from both his tyrannical past and his recent triumph. He looked at Ishtar, not with blind awe, but with a gaze that saw beyond the glittering veneer of her divine promises, perceiving the volatile, unpredictable nature that lay beneath her captivating beauty. He knew her reputation, not just as a goddess of love, but as a fickle and often destructive force, capable of showering favor one moment and unleashing devastating wrath the next. The decision Gilgamesh faces here is a profound one: to accept a life of comfort and divine connection at potentially great personal cost, or to assert his autonomy, even if it incurs divine wrath. This moment highlights a crucial development in Gilgamesh's character, moving beyond simple ambition to a more discerning and wary perspective. With a boldness that verged on sacrilege, Gilgamesh rejected Ishtar's offer, and his refusal was not merely polite. It was a scathing rebuke, a detailed and brutal catalogue of her past lovers, each one, as Gilgamesh pointed out, having met a tragic and often gruesome end after her affections had waned. He listed them with chilling precision, from Tammuz, the god of vegetation, whom she perpetually mourned, implying her role in his cyclical death, to the shepherd king, whom she turned into a wolf, and the stable master, whose horses trampled him. He highlighted her unpredictable nature, her tendency to abandon or destroy those who pleased her, and the devastating consequences that befell anyone who dared to become her fleeting fancy. "You are a scorching fire that goes out in the cold," he declared, his words sharp with contempt. "A flimsy door that keeps out neither wind nor draught." He explicitly called her out as a deceptive and dangerous lover, whose love was a curse, not a blessing. This direct and unflinching criticism of a powerful deity is incredibly audacious for an ancient hero, setting Gilgamesh apart from many figures who simply obeyed divine will. This catalogue of her ex-lovers not only functions as a verbal attack, but also serves as a catalogue of Mesopotamian mythological figures, intertwining the epic with a broader pantheon and its complex narratives. This public humiliation, delivered by a mere mortal, was an unforgivable affront to Ishtar's divine pride and vanity. She, a goddess accustomed to adoration and immediate gratification, had been scorned, openly mocked, and her divine reputation dragged through the mud by a human. The concept of divine honor, and the severe consequences for slighting it, is a significant element of ancient polytheistic religions, where the gods were often depicted with very human-like emotions and frailties, particularly pride. The sheer audacity of Gilgamesh's response is a historiographical mystery in itself. How could a character in an ancient narrative so directly insult a powerful goddess without immediately being annihilated? This challenges assumptions about the absolute power of deities and suggests a nuanced relationship between gods and mortals in Mesopotamian thought. Enraged beyond measure, her beautiful features twisting into a terrifying mask of fury, Ishtar ascended back to the heavens, her indignation fueling her flight. She burst into the presence of Anu, the supreme father of the gods, and Antu, the queen of heaven, demanding vengeance, her voice trembling with indignation and a thirst for retribution. She railed against Gilgamesh, recounting his audacious rejection and his scathing insults, portraying herself as the aggrieved party, demanding that he be punished for his insolence. "He has insulted me," she shrieked, her words echoing through the divine halls. "He has scorned your daughter. He must pay." Anu, however, ever the wise and cautious patriarch, initially hesitated, questioning her motives and the extent of Gilgamesh's transgression. He challenged her, asking if her offer had truly been genuine, if she had offered him anything less than perfect reciprocity, implying that perhaps her own reputation for fickleness preceded her. He also questioned if Gilgamesh had merely spoken the truth about her past behavior, implying that the blame might lie partly with her own actions. It was a subtle but profound rebuke from the father of the gods, suggesting that even deities were subject to a form of accountability. But Ishtar, fueled by her wounded pride, was unyielding. She threatened to unleash chaos upon the earth, to open the gates of the underworld and release the dead to feast upon the living, effectively turning the world of the living into a realm of the dead. This terrifying threat to reverse the natural order of life and death was too dire to ignore, a demonstration of her immense power and her willingness to use it for retribution. The idea of the dead overwhelming the living is a chilling prospect in Mesopotamian eschatology, showcasing the perceived fragility of life and order in the face of divine displeasure. Confronted with such a devastating threat, Anu finally relented, giving in to his daughter's furious demands. He agreed to unleash the Bull of Heaven upon Uruk as punishment for Gilgamesh's egregious insult. The Bull of Heaven was no ordinary beast. It was a cosmic creature, a divine animal of immense power and destructive force, capable of bringing famine, plague, and devastation wherever it roamed. It was a living embodiment of celestial wrath, sent to punish Gilgamesh and his city for their king's hubris, a direct consequence of his audacious rejection of Ishtar. The concept of a divine beast as an instrument of punishment is a powerful one, signifying the direct hand of the gods in earthly affairs and the severe consequences of upsetting the divine order. It's the ancient version of sending a strongly worded letter, but the letter is a giant, destructive celestial cow. And so, with the cosmic decree issued, the mighty Bull of Heaven descended from the sky, its bellow shaking the very foundations of the earth as it landed with devastating force in the streets of Uruk. Its very presence was a catastrophe, its breath causing wells to dry up, its rampage bringing plague and pestilence, and its thunderous hooves crushing the houses and citizens of Uruk underfoot. Chaos erupted in the city as the divine beast began its relentless rampage, spreading terror and destruction in its wake, an unholy instrument of divine retribution for the king's audacity. The citizens, who had just celebrated their heroes, now faced an even greater terror, a stark reminder of the fragile nature of their prosperity in the face of divine anger. The descent of the Bull of Heaven was a cataclysm for Uruk, a thunderous roar from the heavens that heralded not just a beast, but a living plague, an unholy embodiment of divine fury aimed squarely at Gilgamesh and his audacious city. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now plunging you into the chaos and devastation that unfolded as this colossal cosmic creature landed with bone-jarring force in the heart of Uruk, its very presence poisoning the land and sowing terror among the populace. This wasn't just a bull, it was a force of nature, an apocalyptic messenger of Ishtar's wounded pride, its hooves capable of flattening buildings and its breath carrying pestilence. The sheer scale of destruction wrought by the Bull of Heaven highlights the perceived power of divine retribution in ancient Mesopotamian beliefs, where the gods could literally unleash cosmic forces upon mortals for their transgressions. As the Bull of Heaven rampaged through the streets, its colossal form a blur of destructive motion, Uruk descended into pandemonium. Its mighty bellows shook the very foundations of the temples, sending priests and citizens alike fleeing in terror. With every thunderous step, the ground cracked and houses crumbled, their mud brick walls offering no resistance to the divine beast's overwhelming power. The air once filled with the celebratory cries for Gilgamesh now echoed with screams of fear, the cries of the wounded, and the mournful wails of those who had lost everything. It was a scene of utter devastation, a stark reminder of the fragile nature of human prosperity in the face of divine wrath, demonstrating how quickly triumph could turn to tragedy. Beyond the immediate physical destruction, the Bull of Heaven brought with it a more insidious form of suffering: widespread famine and plague. Its breath, said to be hot and poisonous, caused the water sources to dry up, turning fertile fields into parched, cracked earth, and leading to a rapid and devastating scarcity of food. Simultaneously, a deadly plague swept through the population, sickening the young and the old, the strong and the weak. A silent killer that added another layer of misery to the unfolding catastrophe. This dual curse, famine and disease, was a common form of divine punishment in ancient narratives, reflecting the deep-seated anxieties of agricultural societies dependent on unpredictable natural forces. It was as if Ishtar decided to hit them with a one-two punch. First, destroy everything, then make sure everyone suffers slowly from hunger and sickness. Gilgamesh, witnessing the devastation of his beloved Uruk and the suffering of his people, knew that this was a direct consequence of his audacious rejection of Ishtar. His initial arrogance, born from the triumph over Humbaba, was now tempered by a crushing sense of responsibility and guilt. He understood that his personal offense had brought this calamity upon his city, and he bore the weight of that knowledge heavily. This moment marks another crucial step in Gilgamesh's character development, forcing him to confront the far-reaching consequences of his hubris and to recognize his duties beyond mere personal glory. Without hesitation, he turned to Enkidu, his steadfast companion, knowing that only their combined strength could possibly stand against such a divinely empowered creature. "My friend," Gilgamesh declared, his voice firm with renewed resolve, "this beast is sent by Ishtar, but we will not let it destroy Uruk. We faced Humbaba, and we shall face this bull of heaven." Enkidu, ever loyal, nodded, his eyes blazing with a familiar determination. The shared challenge, forged in the Cedar Forest, now bound them even tighter, proving their partnership extended beyond adventurous quests to defending their home and people. They armed themselves, not just with their formidable weapons, but with the grim determination born of necessity. Gilgamesh wielded his great axe, its head still stained with the remnants of Humbaba, while Enkidu gripped his heavy club, its weight a comforting presence in his hands. Together, they strode out to confront the rampaging beast, their figures resolute amidst the chaos, a beacon of hope for the terrified citizens who watched from behind shattered walls and overturned carts. The people's gaze was now fixed on these two heroes, their last hope against the celestial terror. The confrontation was immediate and brutal. The bull of heaven, immense and powerful, charged at them, its horns like polished obsidian, its eyes glowing with malevolent light. It stamped and snorted, its breath scorching the ground, ready to crush these insolent mortals who dared to stand in its path. Its sheer size and destructive power made it a truly formidable opponent, far different from the relatively earthbound Humbaba. This beast was a creature of the heavens, imbued with divine energy, making their task even more perilous. Gilgamesh and Enkidu moved with coordinated precision, their training and shared experience coming to the fore. They dodged the bull's furious charges, narrowly avoiding its deadly horns, the ground exploding where its hooves struck. Gilgamesh aimed swift, powerful blows with his axe, attempting to wound the creature, while Enkidu, with his superior agility and primal understanding of combat, sought to distract and maneuver the beast, creating openings for his friend. It was a relentless dance of evasion and attack, fought amidst the collapsing structures of Uruk, the very city serving as their treacherous battlefield. This scene highlights their improved combat synergy, demonstrating how their partnership has evolved since their initial personal clash. The battle raged for what seemed like an eternity, the two heroes pitting their formidable, albeit mortal, strength against the divine power of the bull of heaven. They sustained injuries, their bodies aching, but their resolve never wavered. They knew the fate of Uruk rested on their shoulders. Failure was not an option. It was a testament to their physical prowess and their mental fortitude, pushing their limits in a desperate fight for survival, for their city, and for their very legacy. Finally, after a prolonged and brutal struggle, Enkidu, seeing a crucial opening, acted with decisive brilliance. With a roar that matched the bull's own, he seized the monstrous creature by its tail, pulling with all his incredible strength, momentarily throwing the immense beast off balance. The bull of heaven roared in frustration and pain, its focus now entirely on Enkidu. As the bull struggled to regain its footing, thrashing wildly, Gilgamesh saw his chance. With a powerful leap, he drove his great axe deep into the bull's neck, severing its spinal cord with a single decisive blow. The bull of heaven bellowed one last agonizing cry, its colossal body shuddering violently before collapsing to the earth with a thunderous impact that shook Uruk to its very core. The sound of its fall was like a final, definitive period mark on a horrifying chapter, signaling the end of its rampage. This strategic move by Enkidu, targeting the bull's vulnerability and Gilgamesh's precise, fatal blow, illustrate their combined tactical prowess and complementary strengths, crucial for overcoming a divinely powered adversary. A collective gasp, then a roar of exultation erupted from the surviving citizens of Uruk. The immediate danger was past. The Bull of Heaven, the instrument of Ishtar's wrath, lay dead, its immense form a stark monument to the hero's triumph. Gilgamesh and Enkidu, bruised and battered but victorious, stood panting over the fallen beast, their chest heaving, the air still thick with the aftermath of their titanic struggle. They had saved Uruk, but the victory was bittersweet, for they knew deep in their hearts that their defiance would not go unanswered in the heavens. The slaying of a celestial creature, particularly one sent by a powerful deity like Ishtar, was an act of profound cosmic consequence, an open challenge that would inevitably demand a divine reckoning. The silence after the bull's fall was heavy with both relief and an unspoken dread of the inevitable divine backlash. The immediate aftermath of the Bull of Heaven's demise was a complex tapestry of jubilation and lingering dread in Uruk. The citizens celebrated their deliverance with a fervor that bordered on hysteria. But Gilgamesh and Enkidu knew with a certainty that chilled their bones that their defiance of Ishtar would demand a steep price. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself, and he's about to reveal the unseen consequences of their heroism, a shift from earthly triumph to celestial reckoning. The monstrous carcass of the bull lay sprawled across the city, a testament to their strength and a grim reminder of the goddess's wrath. Its immense body a stark contrast to the small, fragile lives it had threatened to extinguish. As the cries of celebration echoed through the shattered streets, Enkidu, in a moment of visceral defiance and perhaps a touch of his old wild arrogance, ripped off the Bull of Heaven's right thigh and hurled it directly at Ishtar, who was observing the scene from the parapets of Uruk's walls. This act, a direct, contemptuous insult hurled at a powerful deity, was an escalation of their defiance, a raw expression of his fury at the chaos she had unleashed upon the innocent. "If I could but reach you," Enkidu spat, his voice trembling with rage, "I would do to you what I have done to this beast." It was a shocking, audacious gesture, a direct challenge to a goddess of immense power, proving that even after his civilization, a spark of the untamed, irreverent wildness still resided within him. This specific act, the throwing of the thigh, is a significant detail, symbolizing not just defiance, but a complete rejection of Ishtar's power, and even her feminine allure, which carries immense weight in ancient patriarchal societies. Ishtar, naturally, was beyond furious. Her previous rage at Gilgamesh's rejection now boiled over into an incandescent fury at Enkidu's direct insult. She shrieked curses down upon them from the walls, her voice a terrifying cascade of divine wrath, swearing vengeance for the humiliation she had endured. Her pride, already wounded, was now utterly shattered by this contemptuous act from a mere mortal, even one of such powerful origins. The air around her seemed to crackle with her indignation, a visible manifestation of her potent fury, threatening to unleash even greater catastrophes upon the land. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh, perhaps feeling the precariousness of their situation or simply seeking to honor their victory, ordered the artisans of Uruk to craft a magnificent cult statue of the Bull of Heaven. a grand effigy made of lapis lazuli, a precious blue stone revered in Mesopotamia and adorned with brilliant gold. This statue would not be a sign of reverence for Ishtar or the defeated bull, but rather a monument to their triumph, a tangible symbol of their power over the divine beast. He then carried the horns of the bull of heaven, immense and majestic, to his bedchamber, dedicating them as an offering to his personal god, Lugalbanda, a protective deity often associated with kingship and heroism. This act of dedicating spoils to a specific patron deity is a common practice in ancient religions, a way to acknowledge divine favor and seek continued protection. The citizens of Uruk, for their part, continued their celebration, reveling in their temporary reprieve from divine terror. They butchered the carcass of the bull of heaven, distributing its meat among the people, transforming the instrument of their suffering into a source of sustenance, a symbolic act of turning adversity into benefit. The city once again vibrated with relief and renewed civic pride, albeit one now tempered by the silent knowledge of the divine anger they had provoked. For a brief time, the immediate danger had passed, allowing the people of Uruk to breathe a collective sigh of relief, utterly unaware of the fateful divine council that was even now deciding their champion's fate. High above, in the celestial assembly of the gods, a solemn and momentous council convened. This was no ordinary meeting. It was a divine tribunal gathered to pass judgment on the audacious deeds of Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Anu, the father of the gods, presided with a grave countenance, flanked by Enlil, the furious god of storms, and Shamash, the sun god, who had previously offered Gilgamesh his aid. Ishtar, still seething with rage, recounted their transgressions with fiery indignation, emphasizing the personal insult she had suffered and the sacrilegious slaying of Humbaba, Enlil's guardian. This formal divine judgment underscores the epic's theological framework, where even heroic actions are subject to cosmic law and divine oversight, a concept that shaped much of ancient Mesopotamian worldview. The debate among the gods was fierce. Shamash, the benevolent sun god, spoke in defense of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, arguing that they had acted bravely in self-defense, protecting their city from the rampaging bull of heaven. He reminded the council that he himself had aided Gilgamesh, implying a degree of divine approval for their venture. He highlighted Gilgamesh's inherent greatness and the necessity of his heroic actions for the well-being of Uruk. His argument represented a perspective that valued human courage and necessary action, even if it meant challenging divine mandates. However, Enlil, his face clouded with immense fury, fiercely countered Shamash's arguments. He was particularly enraged by the slaying of Humbaba, his appointed guardian, and the felling of the sacred cedar trees, an act he viewed as an unforgivable desecration of his domain. He saw these acts not as heroism, but as ultimate hubris, a direct affront to his authority and the cosmic order he upheld. "They have cut down my sacred cedars," Enlil thundered, his voice reverberating through the divine halls. "They have slain Humbaba, my guardian. One of them must die. One of them must pay the price for this sacrilege." His demand for retribution was absolute, an unyielding insistence on cosmic justice for the mortal transgressions. This emphasis on Enlil's specific anger over the Cedar Forest and Humbaba reveals a particular aspect of Mesopotamian cosmology. the sacredness of certain natural realms and their divine guardians, and the severe consequences of violating them. The weight of Enlil's wrath was immense, and his arguments, fueled by righteous indignation, ultimately swayed the council. A decree was issued, a fateful decision that would alter the course of the epic forever. The gods determined that a price must be paid for the defiance of the mortals, a life for a life, a direct consequence for their acts of hubris. While Gilgamesh, as king, might have been the primary instigator, the divine verdict landed squarely on his beloved companion. The judgment was that one of them must die, and the chosen one, the one destined to pay the ultimate price, was Enkidu. He was the natural man, the one who had helped Gilgamesh commit the unnatural acts of slaying a divine guardian and challenging a goddess. His death was decreed as a direct punishment for the cosmic imbalance they had created. The news of this divine decree reached Enkidu through a series of terrifying dreams and a sudden, debilitating illness. He awoke one morning, racked with fever, his body aching, a profound weakness stealing over his once formidable strength. He recounted his visions to Gilgamesh, terrifying journeys to the underworld, encounters with grim figures, and the chilling pronouncement of his impending death. His dreams were vivid, stark, and utterly devoid of the ambiguity that Gilgamesh's previous dreams had possessed. There was no room for optimistic interpretation this time. He was shown his fate, and it was inescapable. Gilgamesh, watching his beloved friend sicken, was consumed by a desperate grief and a growing sense of helplessness. He knew the divine hand was at work, a force far beyond their mortal power to resist. The fame they had sought, the glory they had achieved, now seemed utterly meaningless in the face of this terrible consequence. Their triumph had come at an unbearable cost, a brutal lesson in the precarious balance between human ambition and divine power. The impending death of Enkidu marks the tragic turning point of the epic, shifting its focus from external adventures to an internal struggle with mortality and the profound impact of loss. Enkidu's descent into illness was swift and agonizing, a cruel mockery of his former strength, as if the very life force that had sustained him in the wild was now being systematically drained by an unseen, malevolent hand. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he is bearing witness to the tragic unraveling of a mighty hero, a poignant reminder of mortality's inescapable grip. His once robust body, capable of wrestling bulls and felling giants, now lay racked with fever, his muscles wasting, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The vibrant energy that had once defined him, the essence of the wild, was slowly being extinguished, leaving behind only the frail shell of a man. This sudden, debilitating sickness, a direct result of divine judgment, serves as a powerful illustration of the gods' ultimate power over mortal life, a stark contrast to the hero's earlier perceived invincibility. Gilgamesh, a king accustomed to absolute control and immense power, found himself utterly helpless in the face of this invisible adversary. He paced by Enkidu's bedside, his heart heavy with the grief he had never known, his regal hands clenching into impotent fists. He consulted the finest healers in Uruk, offered lavish sacrifices to the gods, and pleaded for a reprieve, but all to no avail. The divine decree was absolute, its execution swift and unyielding. The irony was not lost on him. He, the powerful king, had faced monsters and divine beasts, but he could do nothing against the silent, insidious approach of death, a foe far more formidable than any he had encountered before. This moment of profound helplessness for Gilgamesh highlights a crucial theme. Even the mightiest heroes are ultimately subject to the limitations of mortality, forcing them to confront their own vulnerability. In his delirium, Enkidu recounted a series of chilling dreams, visions of the underworld that were starkly different from Gilgamesh's earlier, more optimistic interpretations. These were not symbolic warnings, but vivid, terrifying glimpses into the realm of the dead, a place of dust, darkness, and eternal silence. He spoke of being dragged down into the house of dust, a place where the dead wore clothes of feathers, where they ate clay for food, and where kings and commoners alike were reduced to shadows, their earthly glories stripped away. He described the terrifying figures he saw. Winged, demon-like beings with faces like owls, who pulled souls down into the abyss, and the queen of the underworld, Ereshkigal, who presided over this grim dominion with an unyielding gaze. This detailed description of the Mesopotamian underworld provides invaluable insight into their eschatological beliefs, offering a stark vision of the afterlife as a bleak and unchanging existence. A fascinating point of scholarly inquiry comparing it to other ancient worldviews. He saw himself transformed, his mighty limbs reduced to withered husks, his powerful voice silenced, forced to live in a perpetual twilight among the shades of the departed. He spoke of the silence, the utter lack of joy or purpose, the crushing weight of an existence without light or sound. His visions were a brutal premonition, a direct message from the divine about the fate awaiting him, and by extension, all mortals. These graphic visions of the afterlife served not only as a personal torment for Enkidu, but also as a powerful warning to Gilgamesh about the bleak reality of mortality. As his fever raged, Enkidu also raged against his fate, against the gods who had created him and now condemned him. He cursed the hunter who first discovered him, Shamhat who had civilized him, and even Gilgamesh for drawing him away from his peaceful life in the wilderness. His words, though born of suffering, were a poignant lament for the innocence he had lost, the wild freedom he had traded for the companionship of man, and the harsh reality of human destiny. It was a heart-wrenching moment, seeing the once proud and serene wild man succumb to bitterness and despair in his final moments, questioning the very journey that had defined his human existence. This brief period of cursing his civilization and friendship is a powerful psychological moment, revealing the raw pain of regret and the tragic trade-off that often accompanies human progress. But Gilgamesh, consumed by his own overwhelming grief, would not allow his friend to depart with such bitterness in his heart. He reminded Enkidu of their shared adventures, of the glory they had achieved, of the deep and unbreakable bond of their friendship. He recounted their triumph over Humbaba, their defeat of the Bull of Heaven, and the profound impact Enkidu had made on his own life, transforming him from a tyrant to a true king. His words were a desperate plea for his friend to remember the good, to acknowledge the invaluable purpose he had served, to find peace in his final moments. This emotional intervention by Gilgamesh is crucial. It helps Enkidu to reconcile with his life and allows their bond to remain unsullied, even in death. Enkidu, hearing Gilgamesh's words, the raw sincerity of his friend's love and grief softened. The bitterness began to recede, replaced by a profound sorrow, a quiet acceptance of his destiny. He recognized the truth in Gilgamesh's words. Their friendship had indeed given his life meaning, a purpose far beyond the simple existence he had known in the wild. His final moments were a testament to the transformative power of human connection, a peaceful surrender to the inevitable. He acknowledged that his life, though tragically cut short, had been rich with experience and purpose, thanks to the bond he shared with his friend. And then, with a final shuddering breath, Enkidu passed away, his spirit departing his earthly body, leaving Gilgamesh alone in the quiet, grief-stricken chamber. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by Gilgamesh's ragged breathing and the unbearable ache of his broken heart. He knelt by his friend's side, unable to comprehend the enormity of his loss, unable to accept the finality of death. He cried out, a raw primal wail of anguish that echoed through the palace, a lament for the friend who had transformed his life, the equal he had found, and the profound void he now felt in his soul. This lament, one of the most poignant passages in the epic, encapsulates the depth of Gilgamesh's sorrow and the profound impact of Enkidu's death on his character. For 7 days and 7 nights, Gilgamesh wept over Enkidu's body, refusing to allow it to be buried, clinging desperately to the fading warmth, to the last vestige of his friend's presence. He spoke to the unhearing corpse, recounting their adventures, reliving their shared moments, desperately trying to conjure life back into the lifeless form. His grief was so overwhelming that he himself began to change, neglecting his appearance, his royal robes discarded for a simple animal skin, his hair matted, his face etched with sorrow and the fear that now gnawed at his very core. He was no longer the proud, arrogant king of Uruk. He was a broken man, confronted by the brutal reality of death, a reality that had suddenly become terrifyingly personal. This prolonged period of mourning and Gilgamesh's physical transformation effectively conveys the depth of his despair, mirroring ancient Near Eastern mourning rituals, while also emphasizing his psychological breakdown. This profound personal loss shattered Gilgamesh's previous illusions of invincibility. Enkidu, his equal, his companion, his other self, had died, proving that even those touched by the divine were ultimately mortal. The reality of death, once an abstract concept, now loomed over him like a palpable shadow, a terrifying certainty that would one day claim him too. He looked upon Enkidu's decaying body, witnessing the inevitable physical decay that awaited all living beings, and a desperate, all-consuming fear took root in his heart. This raw, visceral confrontation with death and decay is the catalyst for Gilgamesh's next, desperate quest, transforming him from a seeker of fame to a seeker of eternal life. The unbearable grief for Enkidu, a raw, lacerating sorrow that clawed at Gilgamesh's very soul, morphed inexorably into a profound, chilling terror of his own mortality, a fear that consumed him entirely, stripping away his kingly arrogance and replacing it with a desperate, all-consuming urgency. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now witnessing the unraveling of a once invincible hero. reduced to a trembling, desperate figure, haunted by the spectre of death. He looked upon the decaying form of his beloved companion, witnessing the grim, irreversible process that awaited all flesh, and the reality of his own inevitable end became not just an intellectual understanding, but a visceral, suffocating dread. If Enkidu, his powerful, divinely created equal, could be claimed by death, then what hope was there for a mere two-thirds god, one-third human king? The vivid descriptions of the underworld that Enkidu had recounted in his delirium, the house of dust, where all souls were reduced to shadows, eating clay and draped in feathers, now haunted Gilgamesh's waking hours. He saw himself, the mighty king of Uruk, reduced to such a pathetic state, his glory forgotten, his strength meaningless. This bleak vision of the afterlife, devoid of light, joy, or purpose, was a far more terrifying prospect than any monster he had ever faced, for it was an enemy he could not fight, a destiny he could not evade by sheer force or cunning. This deep-seated fear of the Mesopotamian underworld, a bleak and unchanging realm, serves as a powerful motivator for Gilgamesh, a striking contrast to more optimistic afterlife beliefs found in other ancient cultures. His appearance, once meticulously groomed and royally adorned, became a mirror of his inner turmoil. He discarded his magnificent robes, replacing them with a simple, rough animal skin, the coarse hide a physical manifestation of his regression from cultured king to a man stripped bare by grief and fear. His hair became matted, his beard tangled, his eyes hollowed by sleepless nights and incessant weeping. He roamed the palace like a phantom, his once booming voice reduced to mournful murmurs, his kingly duties utterly neglected. He was no longer the proud ruler of Uruk. He was a desperate, broken individual, consumed by the universal terror of non-existence. This physical degradation, a common motif in ancient grief narratives, emphasizes the profound psychological impact of Enkidu's death on Gilgamesh, marking a stark departure from his earlier character. It's like watching someone win the lottery, then immediately lose the ticket in a shredder. But instead of money, it's their entire sense of self and future. The city of Uruk, too, felt the shift. The joyous celebrations for their victory over the Bull of Heaven had long faded, replaced by a quiet unease as their king, once so vibrant and commanding, now languished in the throes of despair. His transformation was a stark reminder to his people of the ultimate fragility of life, even for those seemingly touched by the gods. The very atmosphere of the city, which had briefly blossomed under his renewed leadership, now seemed to mirror his grief, shrouded in a collective understanding of mortality. Driven by this overwhelming terror, a new, desperate obsession took root in Gilgamesh's heart: the quest for immortality. He would not accept this grim fate. He would not succumb to the dust of the underworld. There had to be a way, a secret, a hidden path to eternal life, a way to defy the very nature of existence. His purpose, once focused on earthly fame, now twisted into an all-consuming desire to escape the inevitable. This shift from a quest for renown to a quest for immortality is the central pivot of the entire epic, transforming it from a heroic adventure to a profound meditation on life and death. He recalled faint whispers, ancient legends, of a single mortal who had transcended death, a man named Utnapishtim, who was said to have survived a great deluge, a catastrophic flood that wiped out all mankind, and was subsequently granted eternal life by the gods. This Utnapishtim, often referred to as the faraway, lived at the ends of the earth, beyond the waters of death, in a place inaccessible to ordinary mortals. He was the sole beacon of hope in Gilgamesh's despair, the one living being who held the secret to escaping the grim fate that awaited all others. The figure of Utnapishtim, a mortal granted immortality after a great flood, is one of the most significant and debated elements of the epic, bearing striking parallels to later flood narratives in other religious traditions, prompting extensive scholarly comparison and analysis, with this faint spark of hope igniting his desperate resolve. Gilgamesh abandoned his kingly duties, leaving Uruk behind in the care of his elders. His departure was not a triumphant procession, but a solitary, desperate flight, a man fleeing from the shadow of his own death. He wore only his rough animal skin, carried no provisions to speak of, relying on sheer willpower and a desperate hope to sustain him. His path led him not through well-known trade routes, but through uncharted, perilous territories, places where no human dared to tread, realms ruled by fearsome creatures and guarded by unimaginable obstacles. He was now a wanderer, a desperate seeker, driven by an almost pathological fear of non-existence. His journey began with an arduous trek through a vast barren desert, where the sun beat down mercilessly, scorching the earth and sapping his strength. He faced starvation, dehydration, and the constant threat of wild beasts, but his fear of death pushed him onward, each step fueled by a desperate, singular focus. He traversed desolate landscapes, places where the wind was his only companion, and the silence was broken only by the howling of distant predators. This initial phase of his journey emphasizes the physical and mental toll of his quest, stripping away any remnants of his pampered royal life. He encountered terrifying creatures, lions and bears, formidable beasts that would have given even a seasoned hunter pause. But Gilgamesh, driven by his consuming fear and his inherent strength, engaged them in brutal hand-to-hand combat, slaying them with his bare hands, their blood staining his animal skin. He had no time for elaborate hunts. Survival was his only goal, and these beasts were merely obstacles in his relentless pursuit of immortality. This raw, desperate combat against wild animals contrasts sharply with his earlier, more strategic battles, highlighting his regression to a more primal state, driven by an instinctual fight for survival against death. His path then led him to the mountains of Mashu, a formidable double-peaked mountain range that guarded the entrance to the underworld, a place where the sun rose and set, where darkness and light converged. This was no ordinary mountain. It was a cosmic boundary, a gateway to the unknown, shrouded in perpetual twilight. The mountains were guarded by fearsome scorpion men, terrifying beings with the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of scorpions, their very gaze capable of causing death, their tails poised to strike with lethal venom. Their appearance alone was enough to make any mortal turn back, their terrifying presence guarding the threshold between the mortal and immortal realms. The scorpion men are classic liminal figures, guardians of boundaries, embodying the immense danger and supernatural elements that characterize Gilgamesh's desperate journey into the unknown. The mountains of Mashu loomed before Gilgamesh, their twin peaks piercing the perpetual twilight that clung to this cosmic boundary, a truly formidable barrier guarded by beings of terrifying power. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's bringing you to a place of profound liminality, where the mundane world gave way to the supernatural, and the very concept of time and space seemed to warp. These were not just mountains. They were the threshold to the unknown, the literal point where the sun rose and set, where the light of day was born and consumed, making them a symbolic gateway between life and death, consciousness and oblivion. The sheer geological scale of such a concept, a mountain range marking the edge of the known cosmos, truly emphasizes the mythical dimensions of Gilgamesh's journey. Standing guard at the entrance to this forbidding pass were the Scorpion Men, a chilling sight to behold. Their upper bodies were human, but from the waist down, they were monstrous scorpions, their tails arcing menacingly over their heads, tipped with venomous stingers. Their eyes glowed with an eerie supernatural light, and their very gaze was said to be capable of killing a man instantly, turning flesh to clay. Their presence was a potent warning, a physical manifestation of the extreme danger that lay beyond their guardianship. They were fearsome sentinels, embodying the deadly perils that awaited any mortal who dared to approach the path to Utnapishtim. These chthonic guardians, half human and half beast, are a common motif in ancient mythology, symbolizing the primal forces that guard sacred or forbidden realms, a fascinating study in comparative mythology. Gilgamesh, despite his overwhelming fear of death, felt a primal terror grip him as he stood before these terrifying guardians. His heart pounded in his chest, a frantic drumbeat against his ribs, and the hairs on his arms stood on end. Yet, his desperation for immortality, his singular purpose, pushed him forward, compelling him to face these formidable creatures. He knew that to turn back was to accept the same grim fate that had claimed Enkidu, a prospect more terrifying than any Scorpion Man. This unwavering resolve, even in the face of paralyzing fear, showcases the depth of his obsession with eternal life, a drive that transcends mere bravery. As he approached, the Scorpion Man, his voice like a clap of thunder, demanded to know his purpose. "Who are you, mortal, to approach these mountains?" he boomed, his glowing eyes fixed on Gilgamesh. "And why do you dare to tread where no human has ever gone?" The challenge was direct, unyielding, demanding an answer that justified his audacious intrusion into their sacred domain. His female counterpart, equally formidable, stood silently beside him, her gaze piercing, assessing the intruder with ancient wisdom. Gilgamesh, summoning every ounce of his courage, recounted his tale, his voice trembling but firm. He spoke of his profound grief for Enkidu, the unbearable fear of his own mortality, and his desperate quest for Utnapishtim, the immortal man who held the secret to eternal life. He laid bare his soul, revealing the depths of his despair and the singular motivation that drove him. He appealed not to their sympathy, but to their ancient understanding of life and death, of the human condition. This candid confession, revealing vulnerability, is a significant departure from Gilgamesh's earlier, more arrogant persona. The Scorpion Man and his wife listened, their expressions unreadable, their ancient eyes observing him with a profound understanding that transcended mortal comprehension. They recognized the extraordinary nature of Gilgamesh, the divine blood that flowed in his veins, and the immense suffering that had driven him to their perilous threshold. They had seen many mortals, but none quite like this one, none so utterly consumed by the fear of death, yet so resolute in challenging it. Their decision on whether to let him pass was not taken lightly, as it defied the natural order they were sworn to protect. After a long silent moment, the Scorpion Man, perhaps moved by Gilgamesh's raw despair, or simply acknowledging his unique destiny, relented. He warned Gilgamesh of the immense dangers that lay ahead. A passage through the mountain so utterly dark and long that no mortal had ever survived it. A journey through the very heart of the earth as the sun traveled through it each night. No man born of woman has ever passed through here, the Scorpion Man declared, his voice echoing with ancient knowledge. The way is 12 leagues of utter darkness. The sun travels through it at night. You will be consumed by the shadow, and your heart will freeze. This ominous warning serves as a final dire caution, emphasizing the extreme peril of the path ahead and the supernatural nature of his journey, a journey that defies human comprehension. Despite the terrifying warning, Gilgamesh's resolve remained unbroken. His fear of eternal oblivion outweighed any fear of the dark or the unknown. He thanked the Scorpion Men for their reluctant permission and stepped into the shadowy mouth of the mountain, leaving behind the last vestiges of twilight, plunging headlong into a darkness so absolute it felt like a physical entity. The air grew heavy and cold, the silence profound, broken only by the echo of his own frantic heartbeat. He walked through the immense, suffocating darkness for hours, then for what felt like days. The passage was interminable, stretching on beyond the limits of human endurance. He could see nothing, feel nothing, but the smooth, cold rock beneath his bare feet and the pressing weight of the oppressive gloom. He moved forward solely by instinct, by the desperate primal urge to escape the blackness, his hands outstretched, brushing against the rough, unforgiving stone walls. It was a journey of pure sensory deprivation, a profound test of his mental fortitude, pushing him to the brink of madness. This extended passage through utter darkness is a symbolic descent into the unknown, mirroring Gilgamesh's internal struggle with despair and the psychological toll of his quest. The sun, as the Scorpion Man had warned, traveled through this same passage during the night, racing towards its dawn. Gilgamesh could feel its incredible heat, a distant, searing presence that promised eventual light, yet remained maddeningly out of reach in the impenetrable blackness. The air grew hotter, thicker, filled with the stifling heat of the sun's journey and the subtle vibrations of its unseen passage. It was a terrifying paradox, surrounded by absolute darkness, yet feeling the intense heat of the celestial body that brought light to the world. Just as he felt his strength waning, just as the suffocating darkness threatened to consume his very will, a faint, glimmering light appeared on the distant horizon, a pinprick of dawn that slowly, imperceptibly, began to expand. It was the first sign of the sun's return, the promise of the world beyond the mountain, a beacon of hope in the overwhelming despair. He pushed harder, his last reserves of energy called upon, drawn towards that nascent luminescence like a moth to a flame. The gradual appearance of light after a prolonged period of darkness is a powerful symbol of rebirth and the cyclical nature of life and hope, a common theme across various mythologies. Finally, After 12 leagues of terrifying darkness, Gilgamesh emerged from the mountain pass, blinking against the sudden, blinding brilliance of the sun. He found himself in a wondrous, mythical garden, a realm unlike anything he had ever seen. This was the Garden of the Gods, a place of impossible beauty, where magnificent trees bore not leaves, but glittering jewels. Carnelian, lapis lazuli, and emeralds hung from their branches, sparkling like celestial dew in the dazzling light. It was a vision of paradise, a breathtaking reward for his arduous passage through the terrifying darkness. A realm so utterly beautiful, it seemed to exist outside the bounds of mortal comprehension. This sudden emergence into a vibrant, jeweled garden is a classic mythological trope of paradise gained after a trialsome journey, representing a temporary reprieve before the ultimate challenge. But this beautiful garden was not his final destination. Beyond it lay the vast, treacherous waters of death, a swirling, turbulent expanse that separated the world of the living from the distant shores where Utnapishtim resided. These waters were guarded by Siduri, the divine winemaker, a mysterious and ancient figure who presided over the shores of this perilous sea, and whose wisdom held the key to his next passage. He had survived the terrifying darkness, but the ultimate challenge, crossing the waters of death, still lay before him. A final, daunting barrier between him and the immortality he so desperately sought. Emerging from the suffocating darkness of the mountains of Marshu, Gilgamesh found himself in the resplendent, utterly breathtaking Garden of the Gods, a place of such unimaginable beauty that it seemed plucked from the very dreams of the deities themselves. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now guiding you through this celestial botanical wonderland, a brief, tantalizing respite before the next, even more daunting, leg of his desperate journey. Here, trees bore not mere leaves or fruit, but dazzling, luminous jewels. Carnelian, their fiery reds catching the light. Lapis lazuli, gleaming with the deep blues of the night sky, and emeralds, sparkling with verdant greens, all hanging like dew from the branches, illuminating the otherworldly landscape with an ethereal glow. It was a vision of paradise, a temporary reward for his harrowing passage, designed to both awe and humble him. The air in this divine garden was sweet with the fragrance of unearthly blossoms and a pervasive sense of tranquility, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom and terror of the mountain tunnel. Birds with iridescent plumage sang melodies that seemed to resonate directly with the soul, and the ground beneath his feet was soft, carpeted with blossoms that shimmered like woven light. For a moment, Gilgamesh, exhausted and still reeling from his ordeal, simply stood in awe, allowing the overwhelming beauty to wash over him, a fleeting taste of the divine peace he craved. This brief, idyllic setting serves as a literary interlude, offering a moment of aesthetic beauty and contrast, before the narrative resumes its intense focus on Gilgamesh's existential quest. However, the garden, for all its splendor, was not his destination, merely a stop along the way. Beyond its jeweled trees lay the ultimate barrier, the vast and turbulent waters of death, a treacherous expanse that shimmered ominously, separating the world of the living from the distant fabled shore, where Utnapishtim, the immortal survivor of the Great Flood, resided. These waters were not merely deadly. They were imbued with a supernatural peril, capable of instantly consuming any mortal who dared to touch them, their very essence a barrier between realms. This mythical body of water, a literal representation of the boundary between life and death, is a common feature in many ancient cosmologies, symbolizing the ultimate barrier to human aspiration. Presiding over the shores of these perilous waters was Siduri, the divine winemaker, a mysterious and ancient goddess whose tavern stood at the edge of the world. She was a figure of quiet wisdom, her gaze knowing, her demeanor serene, accustomed to the desperate pleas of mortals who somehow managed to reach her remote abode. She was the guardian of this liminal space, a gatekeeper of profound knowledge, her role to offer counsel rather than direct passage. The figure of Siduri, a female deity who offers wisdom and attempts to dissuade Gilgamesh from his quest, is a fascinating aspect of the epic, presenting an alternative perspective on mortality and the pursuit of eternal life. Gilgamesh, still clad in his animal skins, haggard from his journey, approached Siduri's tavern. He looked less like a mighty king and more like a desperate vagabond, his once regal bearing now replaced by a raw vulnerability. Siduri, observing his disheveled state and his desperate eyes, was initially wary. She saw the pain and the fear etched upon his face, the wildness in his eyes that spoke of profound suffering, and an almost pathological refusal to accept his fate. Her initial reaction, a cautious retreat, underscores the intensity of Gilgamesh's altered appearance and the despair he now radiated. From a distance, she questioned him, demanding his identity and purpose, her voice calm but firm. Gilgamesh, with a profound sigh that carried the weight of his recent losses, recounted his sorrowful tale, the death of Enkidu, the unbearable grief that had consumed him, and the all-consuming fear of his own mortality that now drove him relentlessly forward. He spoke of his desperate quest for Utnapishtim, the only one who held the secret to escaping the grim fate that awaited all mortals, expressing his terror of becoming, like Enkidu, consumed by dust in the underworld. His confession was a raw outpouring of his deepest fears, an unvarnished admission of his human frailty. Siduri listened patiently, her wise eyes never leaving his face. When he finished, she offered him not encouragement, but a profound, almost weary wisdom. She advised him to abandon his futile quest, to accept his mortality, and to embrace the joys of the life he had been given. Her counsel was simple, yet radical in its implications. Gilgamesh, where are you hurrying to? You will never find the life for which you are looking. When the gods created mankind, they allotted death to mankind and kept life in their own keeping. Fill your belly with good things, day and night, dance and be merry, feast and rejoice. Let your clothes be fresh, your head be washed, and you yourself bathe in water. Look to the little one holding your hand, and let your wife delight in your embrace. For this, too, is the task of mankind. This advice from Siduri, advocating for the embrace of carpe diem and the simple pleasures of mortal life, is a central philosophical message of the epic, a timeless counsel that resonates far beyond ancient Mesopotamia. Her words were a profound counterpoint to his obsession, a gentle but firm reminder of the inherent limitations of human existence and the preciousness of the fleeting moments of joy available within it. She suggested that true wisdom lay not in defying death, but in savoring life, in finding happiness in the simple tangible pleasures of food, family, and celebration. It was a philosophy that preached acceptance over endless struggle, contentment over boundless ambition, a radical thought for a hero consumed by the pursuit of eternal glory. But Gilgamesh, consumed by his fear and driven by his singular purpose, could not accept her counsel. The image of Enkidu's decaying body, the chilling visions of the dusty underworld, were too vivid, too terrifying to be easily dismissed. He reaffirmed his unwavering determination, reiterating that he would not rest, would not find peace, until he had spoken to Utnapishtim and learned his secret. He was too deep into his obsession to simply turn back and enjoy life's small pleasures. The stakes for him were simply too high. Seeing his stubborn resolve, Siduri finally relented, accepting that he would not be dissuaded. She informed him that crossing the waters of death was impossible for a mortal, for they contained the waters of death themselves, fatal to any living being. However, she revealed that there was one and only one who could navigate those perilous currents. Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim. Urshanabi was the only one who possessed the knowledge and the means to traverse the lethal waters, and he was currently in the forest, cutting poles for his boat. She directed Gilgamesh to him, a new glimmer of hope in his seemingly endless quest. The introduction of Urshanabi, the ferryman of the dead, is another classic mythological archetype, underscoring the liminal nature of Gilgamesh's journey and his approach to the ultimate boundary. Gilgamesh, wasting no time, rushed to find Urshanabi. He discovered the ferryman near a stand of trees, busy at work. However, in a moment of impulsive rage and perhaps a lingering frustration from his arduous journey, Gilgamesh, without fully understanding the situation, misinterpreted Urshanabi's actions or appearance. In a fit of uncontrolled fury, he inexplicably attacked Urshanabi's magically empowered stone men, or stone charters, boat components that were crucial for navigating the waters of death, smashing them to pieces in his uncontrolled outburst. This seemingly senseless act of destruction is a classic example of a hero's flawed nature, where unchecked emotion leads to self-sabotage, ironically hindering the very quest he is so desperate to complete. He had, in his haste and anger, destroyed the very means by which he hoped to cross the waters of death, creating a monumental obstacle for himself. It was, frankly, a classic case of shooting yourself in the foot, but with divine boat baths and a very large axe. Gilgamesh, in a moment of reckless fury, had inexplicably shattered the very means of his passage across the waters of death, reducing Urshanabi's magical stone things, likely stone images or protective charms crucial for navigating the lethal currents, to mere fragments. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now highlighting this ironic self-sabotage, a raw outburst of frustration from a man teetering on the edge of despair, further complicating his already impossible quest. He had, in his haste, destroyed the very components that made Urshanabi's ferry unique, rendering it incapable of traversing the deadly waters without direct contact. This impulsive act, born of exhaustion and desperation, is a significant character flaw, showing that even Gilgamesh, despite his growth, was still prone to destructive fits of rage. Urshanabi, the ferryman, understandably dismayed by the destruction of his crucial equipment, confronted Gilgamesh, demanding an explanation for such a senseless act. His boat, without its protective and guiding elements, was now useless for the journey across the waters of death, meaning the long and perilous voyage to Utnapishtim was now seemingly impossible. This immediate consequence of Gilgamesh's rash action serves as a poignant reminder that even seemingly small acts of aggression can have far-reaching and unintended negative consequences, especially when dealing with magical or divine artifacts. Gilgamesh, forced to confront the ramifications of his impulsive behavior, recounted his tale once more, his voice laced with renewed desperation. He spoke of his profound grief for Enkidu, the terror of his own mortality, and his unyielding quest for Utnapishtim, the only one who could reveal the secret of eternal life. He explained his actions, not as malice, but as a result of his overwhelming distress and the pressure of his monumental journey. He pleaded with Oshanabi, begging for his help, realizing that this ferryman was now his last, best hope of reaching the immortal survivor. His vulnerable confession here is a testament to how profoundly his encounter with death has changed him, stripping away his arrogance and replacing it with a desperate humility. Urshanabi, a patient and ancient soul accustomed to the strange and desperate pleas of mortals who somehow reached his remote shore, listened to Gilgamesh's story. Despite the destruction of his precious stone things, he was, perhaps, moved by the depth of Gilgamesh's sorrow and the sheer determination that had driven him across such impossible distances. He understood the profound human fear that fueled Gilgamesh's quest, a fear that transcended kingly pride or earthly ambition. This willingness of Urshanabi to listen and empathize, despite Gilgamesh's destructive actions, reveals a facet of ancient wisdom that prioritized understanding and guidance over immediate retribution, a subtle but important ethical dimension within the epic. However, a direct crossing was now impossible. The stone things were crucial because they prevented direct contact with the lethal waters of death, which instantly killed any living thing they touched. Without them, an alternative, incredibly arduous method was required. Urshanabi, after a moment of contemplation, offered Gilgamesh a new, even more challenging task. He instructed the king to cut down 300 poles from the forest, each 60 cubits long, approximately 90 feet, and strip them of their branches. These poles would serve as improvised bunting poles, to be used once and then discarded, allowing them to traverse the lethal waters without making direct contact. This task, demanding immense physical labor and precision, highlights the ingenuity required to overcome supernatural obstacles and symbolizes the penance Gilgamesh must undergo for his destructive act. It's the ancient equivalent of having to build your own bridge after you accidentally blow up the existing one. Gilgamesh, without hesitation, set about the task, his desperation giving him superhuman strength. He spent days in the forest, his great axe swinging tirelessly, felling massive trees, stripping their branches, and shaping them into the colossal poles required for the journey. His body, already haggard from his travels, endured this new grueling labor, each swing of his axe a testament to his unyielding will to reach Utnapishtim. The sheer physical toll of this labor, after all his previous trials, further emphasizes his unwavering dedication and the almost pathological nature of his quest. Finally, With the 300 poles prepared, Gilgamesh and Ushanabi embarked upon their perilous voyage across the waters of death. The journey was agonizingly slow and meticulous. Ushanabi steered the boat, while Gilgamesh, using the enormous poles, pushed them forward. Each pole plunged into the lethal waters once and then immediately discarded. He had to be incredibly careful, his hands holding the pole tightly, ensuring no part of his body touched the water. Each push of the pole, each discarded stick, represented a segment of their progress across the vast shimmering expanse that separated him from his ultimate goal. The repetitive, dangerous nature of this crossing vividly conveys the immense challenge of confronting mortality and crossing into the forbidden realms of knowledge. The silence of their journey was broken only by the rhythmic splash of the poles and the strained grunts of Gilgamesh. The waters of death churned around them, their surface shimmering with an eerie phosphorescent glow, a constant reminder of the lethal peril that lay inches away. Gilgamesh could feel the chilling aura radiating from the water, the cold touch of non-existence, a palpable threat that kept his focus razor-sharp. It was a journey of profound psychological pressure, a constant battle against physical exhaustion and the chilling presence of death itself. This detailed description of the crossing, focusing on the sensory experience and the ever-present danger, is a powerful and unique contribution to the epic's narrative, emphasizing the sacred and perilous nature of this final barrier. After what seemed like an eternity, as the last of the 300 poles was used and discarded, the boat finally scraped against a distant shore. Gilgamesh, exhausted but triumphant, stepped onto the land, his feet sinking into the unfamiliar soil. He had arrived. He had successfully crossed the waters of death, a feat no other mortal had ever achieved, a testament to his singular determination. He had finally reached the remote dwelling of Utnapishtim, the faraway, the only human granted eternal life. The land was quiet, a serene counterpoint to the turbulent waters, and in the distance he could see a figure, ancient and wise, waiting for him. Utnapishtim, observing Gilgamesh's haggard appearance, his skin sun-baked, his hair matted, his clothes ragged, was initially surprised by the arrival of a mortal. He questioned Gilgamesh, demanding to know who he was and how he had managed to cross the lethal waters to reach his isolated abode. His voice was ancient, resonating with the wisdom of millennia, filled with the quiet certainty of one who had witnessed the rise and fall of ages. This initial encounter, with Utnapishtim questioning Gilgamesh's very presence, sets the stage for the crucial exchange where Gilgamesh will finally learn the truth about immortality. Gilgamesh, having traversed the perils of the wild, the darkness of Mashu, and the lethal waters of death, once again poured out his heart, recounting his entire epic journey, from the death of Enkidu and his profound grief to his consuming fear of mortality and his desperate quest for the secret of eternal life. He spoke of the monsters he had slain, the trials he had overcome, all in the desperate hope of escaping the fate that awaited all mortals. He pleaded with Utnapishtim, imploring him to share the secret, to reveal the truth about how he had cheated death, believing that Utnapishtim held a magical formula, a simple key to immortality. He was, in essence, asking for a cheat code to life. Utnapishtim listened patiently, his ancient eyes fixed on Gilgamesh, observing the raw, desperate hope flickering in the king's eyes. After Gilgamesh finished his fervent plea, Utnapishtim began to speak, his voice a calm counterpoint to Gilgamesh's desperation. He did not immediately offer the secret of immortality. Instead, he began with a profound philosophical discourse on the nature of life and death. Questioning Gilgamesh's very premise, he emphasized that death is the inevitable lot of all mankind, an unchangeable decree from the gods, a universal law that applies to all living things. This initial philosophical response is a deliberate challenge to Gilgamesh's expectations, preparing him for a deeper, more profound truth than a mere magical solution. Utnapishtim, the ancient immortal survivor, listened with a profound and knowing gaze as Gilgamesh poured out his heart. His desperate plea for eternal life echoing across the serene, timeless shores beyond the waters of death. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now bringing you to this pivotal moment, where the culmination of Gilgamesh's harrowing journey meets the unvarnished truth of existence. Utnapishtim, observing the king's haggard appearance and his raw, consuming fear of death, did not offer a magical potion or an immediate secret. Instead, he began a quiet yet profound discourse on the very nature of life and mortality, aiming to temper Gilgamesh's desperate obsession with a dose of ancient wisdom. Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim began, his voice like the gentle rustle of ancient reeds, carrying the weight of millennia. Why do you lament? Do we build a house to stand forever? Do we seal a contract for all time? Do brothers divide their inheritance to last for eternity? Does the river rise and bring on floods forever? The dragonflies float on the water, their faces looking upon the face of the sun. Then suddenly, there is nothing. His words were a series of rhetorical questions, each one a poetic reflection on the fleeting nature of all earthly endeavors, designed to illustrate the universal and inescapable reality of change and decay. He continued, "The sleeper and the dead, how alike they are. Do they not both look like a painted death? For how long does the river rise and then fall back again? For how long does the ice float in the river, then melt and flow away? The ferryboat crosses the river only to return to its mooring." This philosophical opening, devoid of any immediate secret, is a deliberate challenge to Gilgamesh's naive belief in a simple solution to death, forcing him to confront the cyclical nature of existence. He spoke of the inevitability of death, not as a curse, but as an integral part of the divine plan, a fundamental decree made by the gods when they created humankind. When the gods created mankind, they allotted death to mankind and kept life in their own keeping. Utnapishtim stated, his words resonating with the quiet authority of one who had witnessed countless generations pass. He explained that, just as there is a time for birth, there is a time for death, and that these two poles define the human experience, a cycle designed by the divine powers. This concept, that death is a preordained destiny for humanity, is a central theological tenet of Mesopotamian belief, contrasting sharply with Gilgamesh's desperate quest for an exception. It's like being told that gravity exists, and you just have to deal with it, no matter how much you wish you could fly. Utnapishtim's point was clear. True wisdom lay not in seeking to escape this universal fate, but in accepting it and in finding meaning and joy within the finite span of one's mortal life. He subtly echoed Siduri's earlier advice, urging Gilgamesh to embrace the simple, tangible pleasures, to cherish friendship, to enjoy food and drink, to find happiness in his wife and family, and to appreciate the beauty of the world around him. He implied that the greatest legacy was not immortality, but a life well lived, a life enriched by human connection and the pursuit of noble deeds within the allotted time. This rearticulation of the Carpe Diem philosophy reinforces a major theme of the epic, that true fulfillment comes from appreciating the present, not fearing the inevitable future. Seeing Gilgamesh's continued desperation, his eyes still wide with the terror of oblivion, Utnapishtim finally revealed the extraordinary circumstance of his own immortality. He was not immortal by nature, nor by some simple magical trick. His eternal life was a unique, singular gift from the gods, granted to him and his family for one specific, monumental reason. He had survived the Great Flood, a catastrophic deluge sent by the gods to wipe out all of humanity. He was the chosen survivor, tasked with preserving life and culture, and his reward was a perpetual existence. This revelation of the flood narrative is arguably the most famous and historically significant part of the Epic of Gilgamesh, bearing striking parallels to later flood myths in other cultures, sparking centuries of scholarly debate on potential shared origins or cultural diffusion. Utnapishtim then began his harrowing tale, a story of divine wrath, human destruction, and miraculous survival, painting a vivid picture of the antediluvian world. He recounted how the great gods, led by the tempestuous Enlil, had grown weary of mankind's incessant noise and clamor, their endless procreation and unrestrained activity. They decided to send a devastating flood, a cleansing deluge, to silence humanity forever, to wipe the slate clean and restore the primordial quiet that existed before humanity's unruly proliferation. This motive for the flood, divine annoyance with human noise, is a particularly intriguing and somewhat humorous detail, highlighting the anthropomorphic nature of Mesopotamian deities and their very human-like frustrations. However, one god, Ea, also known as Enki, the wise and benevolent god of water, wisdom, and creation, took pity on humanity. Defying the solemn oath of the other gods not to reveal their plan, Ea found a way to warn Utnapishtim without directly breaking his vow. He spoke to Utnapishtim through the thin wall of his reed hut, addressing the wall itself, ostensibly talking to the structure, but knowing that Utnapishtim, a man of wisdom, would overhear and understand the hidden message. "O man of Shurupak, son of Obaratutu," Ea whispered, "tear down your house, build a boat, abandon possessions, look for life, despise property, save your life, bring aboard the boat the seed of all living creatures." This indirect warning highlights Ea's cunning and compassion. Finding a loophole in the divine decree to save a chosen few, Utnapishtim, discerning the god's veiled warning, immediately understood the gravity of the message. Without questioning, without delay, he set about building a massive, precisely proportioned boat, following Ea's detailed instructions. He gathered his family, his craftsmen, and a selection of animals, the seed of all living things, preparing for the impending catastrophe. His actions were a testament to his piety and unwavering faith in Ea's cryptic guidance, a stark contrast to the disbelief and mockery he faced from his fellow citizens, who had no knowledge of the impending doom. The precise dimensions and construction details of Utnapishtim's ark, as described in the Epic, are a matter of intense scholarly and archaeological interest, comparing them to the practicality of ancient shipbuilding techniques. When the appointed time came, the heavens unleashed their fury. The storm was unimaginable, a cataclysm of wind, rain, and thunder that lasted for 6 days and 7 nights. The dikes burst, the land flooded, and the very face of the earth was engulfed by the raging waters. The gods themselves, witnessing the immense destruction they had wrought, were said to be terrified, retreating to the highest heavens, shivering like frightened dogs, their divine power unable to control the very forces they had unleashed. This depiction of the gods' fear and regret is a powerful humanization of the divine, suggesting that even omnipotent beings can be overwhelmed by the consequences of their actions. Utnapishtim, safe within his ark, survived the global deluge, riding the tumultuous waves as the world beneath him was obliterated. When the storm finally subsided and the waters receded, he emerged to a world utterly transformed, a silent, desolate landscape devoid of human life. His vessel came to rest upon a mountain, Mount Nimush, and after 7 days, he released a dove, then a swallow, then a raven, waiting for a sign that the land was dry, a remarkably similar narrative to later flood accounts. As a reward for his unwavering faith and his pivotal role in preserving life, the gods, led by Enlil, who was initially furious at his survival, but then surprisingly accepting, granted Utnapishtim and his wife the unique gift of immortality. They were transported to this distant land beyond the waters of death, a place where they would live forever, separate from the mortal world, eternally grateful for their miraculous salvation. This singular act of divine grace explains the mystery of Utnapishtim's eternal life, revealing it not as a universal secret, but as an exclusive exception. He was, in essence, the chosen one, the ancient world's ultimate survivor, reality show winner. After recounting the awe-inspiring cataclysmic tale of the Great Flood and his unique divinely granted immortality, Utnapishtim turned to Gilgamesh, his ancient eyes filled with a quiet challenge, and then offered a curious, almost ironic test. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's revealing this pivotal moment where the seeker of immortality is confronted not with a magic spell, but with a profoundly simple, yet seemingly impossible trial. "Now, Gilgamesh," Utnapishtim said, his voice gentle but firm, "if you wish to overcome death, then first conquer sleep. For 6 days and 7 nights, do not lie down, do not close your eyes. If you cannot conquer sleep, how can you hope to conquer death, which is merely a deeper, longer sleep?" This challenge, seemingly simple yet incredibly difficult for a weary traveler, functions as a profound metaphorical test, equating the ability to resist a natural, temporary death, sleep, with the capacity to overcome permanent death. It's like saying, "You want to run a marathon? Great. First, let's see if you can tie your shoes without falling over." Gilgamesh, still reeling from the immensity of the flood narrative and the weight of Utnapishtim's philosophical insights, eagerly accepted the challenge. He believed that if he could just stay awake, if he could just prove his willpower, then the secret of immortality, a tangible magic, would finally be revealed to him. He was convinced that this was merely a preliminary test of his resolve, a stepping stone to the true, ultimate secret. He sat down, determined, his eyes fixed on a point in the distance, ready to prove his worth, unaware of the subtle trick that Utnapishtim had already devised. However, no sooner had Utnapishtim finished speaking than Gilgamesh, exhausted from his prolonged journey through perilous lands, his mind and body pushed to their absolute limits by grief, fear, and relentless struggle, succumbed to an overwhelming weariness. His eyelids grew heavy, his head drooped, and before he could even consciously resist, he fell into a deep, profound sleep, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, a stark testament to the undeniable power of physical and mental exhaustion. His great quest, his desperate yearning, was momentarily subsumed by the fundamental human need for rest. This immediate failure to pass the test of sleep ironically underscores the very human limitations that Gilgamesh is desperately trying to transcend, highlighting the futility of his quest if he cannot even overcome basic biological needs. Utnapishtim, observing the fallen king, smiled sadly. He knew Gilgamesh's quest was ultimately futile, that mortality was the inherent condition of humanity. To gently, yet undeniably, prove his point, he turned to his wife and instructed her to bake a loaf of bread for each day Gilgamesh slept, placing a fresh loaf beside his head each morning. "Mark the days on the wall," he told her, "so he cannot deny how long he has slept." This simple act of baking bread and marking the days serves as an irrefutable, tangible record of Gilgamesh's failure, a subtle but effective way to demonstrate the passage of time and the power of sleep. The symbolism of bread as a marker of life and the passage of time is a common motif across many cultures. Here, used to illustrate mortality. For 6 days and 7 nights, Gilgamesh slept soundly, oblivious to the passage of time, oblivious to the gentle actions of Utnapishtim's wife. With each passing day, a new, fresh loaf of bread was placed beside his head, the older loaves slowly growing stale, then hard, then moldy, a silent, irrefutable chronicle of his deep slumber. The aroma of freshly baked bread would give way to the faint scent of decay, a subtle sensory detail that would later serve as undeniable proof of his failure. It was a cruel trick, perhaps, but one rooted in a profound truth about human fragility. This act of marking the passage of time through the decay of bread is a brilliant narrative device, making an abstract concept, the passage of time during sleep, concrete and undeniable. When Gilgamesh finally awoke, his eyes blinked open slowly, a profound sense of disorientation washing over him. He felt refreshed, his body rested, but a deep unease settled in his stomach. He looked around, then saw the rows of bread, each one in a different state of decay, from the fresh loaf beside his head to the hard, moldy crusts further away. The evidence was irrefutable. He had failed. He had succumbed to the very thing he sought to conquer. The shock of this realization must have been profound, a crushing blow to his relentless determination. Utnapishtim, standing over him, pointed to the decaying loaves. "Look, Gilgamesh," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The first loaf is moldy, the second is hard, the third is dry, the fourth is turning white, the fifth has a dark crust, the sixth is fresh, and the seventh is still on the coals. You have slept for 6 days and 7 nights. How then can you hope to conquer death. The simple, visual proof of his failure was undeniable, a stark refutation of his belief in his own invincibility. Gilgamesh, confronted with this undeniable evidence, felt the last vestiges of his desperate hope begin to crumble, replaced by a bitter understanding of his own limitations. Defeated and disillusioned, Gilgamesh prepared to return to Uruk, his quest for immortality shattered, his grand ambition replaced by a heavy sense of failure. He had come so far, endured so much, only to be confronted by the inescapable truth of his own mortality, demonstrated by the simple act of falling asleep. He was utterly broken, his once formidable spirit now humbled and despairing. The journey back seemed bleak, devoid of the hopeful purpose that had driven him to Utnapishtim's shores. This moment of utter defeat is crucial for Gilgamesh's ultimate transformation, forcing him to accept his human limitations. However, just as he was about to depart, Utnapishtim's wife, a woman of profound compassion, intervened. She felt pity for the exhausted, heartbroken king, recognizing the immense suffering he had endured in his desperate quest. She whispered to her husband, urging him to offer Gilgamesh some consolation, a final gesture of kindness before he returned to his mortal fate. Her intercession highlights the theme of compassion and the human desire for comfort in the face of insurmountable odds, offering a glimmer of grace after his harsh lesson. Moved by his wife's compassion, Utnapishtim decided to offer Gilgamesh a final, albeit fleeting chance at something akin to renewed life. He revealed the existence of a special plant, a plant of youth, that grew at the bottom of the ocean. It was a thorny plant, like a rose, but possessed the remarkable ability to restore youth, to make an old man young again. He explained that it was not eternal life, but a powerful rejuvenator, a gift that could alleviate some of the inevitable decay of aging. This introduction of the plant of youth adds another layer of complexity to the epic's exploration of mortality, offering a temporary reprieve rather than a permanent solution, further emphasizing the finality of true death. It is like a thorn bush, Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim said. Its thorns will prick your hand, but if you grasp it, you will become young again. He gave Gilgamesh instructions on how to reach it. He would have to tie heavy stones to his feet and descend to the bottom of the ocean, pluck the plant, and bring it back to the surface. It was a final, perilous task, but one that offered a tangible, if temporary, hope for alleviating the ravages of time. Gilgamesh, a flicker of renewed hope in his eyes, eagerly accepted the challenge. This wasn't the immortality he had sought, but it was a precious gift nonetheless, a chance to reclaim his youth and perhaps extend his life, offering a momentary victory against the relentless march of time. He quickly prepared, tying the heavy stones to his feet, and with a desperate plunge, he descended into the cold, dark depths of the ocean, ready to face this final test in his extraordinary quest. With a renewed, if slightly desperate, flicker of hope ignited by Utnapishtim's revelation, Gilgamesh prepared for his final perilous plunge into the abyssal depths of the ocean, a venture not for eternal life, but for the elusive plant of youth that promised to reverse the relentless march of time. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now guiding you through this underwater odyssey, a profound act of determination, even in the face of crushing defeat. He quickly gathered the heavy stones, their cold, smooth surfaces biting into his flesh as he tied them securely to his feet. These weights, designed to drag him down through the immense pressure of the ocean, symbolized the immense burden of his hopes, concentrated on this singular thorny bloom. Standing on the shore where the waters of death met the vast, unknowable ocean, Gilgamesh took a deep breath, the last gasp of air before descending into a realm utterly alien to him. With a powerful, desperate leap, he plunged into the churning depths, the surface closing over him, extinguishing the light of the sun and immersing him in a world of profound cold and crushing darkness. The weight of the stones pulled him down relentlessly, a rapid descent into the silent, lightless abyss, leaving the familiar world behind. This descent into the ocean's depths is a symbolic return to a primordial state, a challenging journey into the subconscious or the unknown, before a potential rebirth or renewal. The pressure of the water increased with every foot of descent, a palpable force that pressed against his body, threatening to crush his very bones. The cold seeped into his skin, chilling him to the core, and the silence was absolute, broken only by the muffled beat of his own frantic heart. He descended through layers of blackness, the water growing denser, colder, until he could no longer discern up from down, relying solely on the dragging weight of the stones and his unwavering determination to guide him. It was a journey into a literal and metaphorical unknown, a descent into the very depths of his being. This extreme sensory experience emphasizes the immense physical and mental fortitude required for such an undertaking, far beyond mere heroic strength. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, his feet touched the soft, silty bottom of the ocean. He released the stones, his muscles screaming in protest as he fought against the lingering pull of the depths. The darkness was almost absolute, but for a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the seabed, the luminescence of the coveted plant. It was there, just as Utnapishtim had described, a thorny, radiant bloom, its petals shimmering with an unearthly light, beckoning him closer. This moment of finding the plant, after such an arduous descent, is a brief but powerful moment of triumph, symbolizing the potential for renewal even in the darkest of places. With immense effort, Gilgamesh pushed through the dense water, his hands outstretched towards the glowing plant. He could feel its thorns, sharp and unyielding, piercing his skin as he grasped it, but the pain was a mere trifle compared to the desperation that fueled him. He tore it from its roots, holding it triumphantly in his hand, its ethereal glow illuminating his haggard face. The act of tearing the plant, despite its thorns, symbolizes the effort and pain required to grasp even a temporary form of renewal, a fleeting victory against inevitable decay. It's like trying to grab a rose in a dark room. You know it's going to hurt, but you really want that rose. With the precious plant secured, Gilgamesh fought his way back to the surface, his lungs screaming for air, his muscles burning with exertion. The ascent was as arduous as the descent, each kick and pull a desperate battle against the relentless pressure of the water. Slowly, agonizingly, the light above him grew larger, brighter, a beacon of hope pulling him back to the world of air and sun. This reversal of the journey from descent to ascent is a classic narrative arc symbolizing a return from the underworld or a spiritual rebirth, albeit one that is tragically short-lived in this epic. He burst through the surface of the water, gasping for breath, the precious plant clutched tightly in his hand. Ushanabi, the ferryman, was waiting for him, his expression one of quiet observation. Gilgamesh, exhausted but exhilarated, displayed his prize, the plant of youth, a small, unassuming bloom that held such immense promise. He had faced the terrifying forces of death and returned with a tangible symbol of renewed life, a minor victory in his overarching quest. Gilgamesh decided not to use the plant immediately. His plan was to take it back to Uruk, to his beloved city, and test its rejuvenating properties on an old man first, to ensure its efficacy and to share its potential with his people. He envisioned bringing this incredible gift to the aged citizens of Uruk, giving them a taste of renewed vitality, a brief respite from the ravages of time. He wanted to be sure it worked, of course, because you wouldn't want to accidentally turn someone into a grumpy teenager again. This decision to share the plant, rather than hoard it for himself, marks another significant step in Gilgamesh's character development, demonstrating a newfound selflessness and concern for his people. So, with the plant carefully secured, Gilgamesh and Ushanabi began their long journey back to Uruk, retracing their steps across the perilous waters of death, through the jeweled garden, and back towards the familiar landscapes of Mesopotamia. The journey was still long, but now it was tinged with a cautious optimism, a sense of purpose that had been absent since his devastating realization of mortality. He carried the plant not just as a prize, but as a symbol of hope, a potential gift to his people, a way to mitigate the harsh realities of old age. They traveled for days, resting by night. One evening, after a particularly long and arduous day's march, they stopped by a cool spring to refresh themselves. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the landscape, and the air was still and warm. Gilgamesh, weary from the journey, placed the plant on the ground beside him as he bent to drink from the refreshing water, feeling the cool liquid soothe his parched throat. It was a moment of simple, vulnerable relaxation, a temporary lowering of his guard after so many trials. But fate, ever a fickle mistress, had one last cruel twist in store for Gilgamesh. Drawn by the subtle, sweet scent of the miraculous plant, a serpent slithered silently from its hiding place in the undergrowth. It moved with swift, stealthy grace, its scales shimmering in the fading light, its eyes fixed on the glowing bloom. Before Gilgamesh could even react, before he could utter a cry of warning, the serpent snatched the plant, its fangs closing around the thorny stem. In an instant, it consumed the precious plume, swallowing it whole. As it devoured the plant, a remarkable transformation occurred. The serpent immediately shed its old skin, revealing a fresh, vibrant new one beneath, a clear sign of the plant's powerful rejuvenating properties. It was a brief, undeniable display of the plant's efficacy, a tantalizing glimpse of what Gilgamesh had lost, before the creature slithered away, vanishing into the night as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only its discarded, withered skin. The shedding of skin by the serpent, a symbol of renewal and rebirth in many mythologies, ironically becomes a sign of Gilgamesh's ultimate failure to achieve his desired rejuvenation. A cruel visual representation of his loss. Gilgamesh watched, horrified and helpless, as his last hope for defying old age vanished before his very eyes. The shock was profound. The realization that this fleeting chance for youth had been snatched away by a simple, opportunistic creature was devastating. He cried out in despair, a raw, guttural sound of utter defeat and profound disillusionment. He beat his fists against the ground, his body shaking with a grief and frustration that dwarfed all his previous sorrows. He had gone to the ends of the earth, faced monsters and gods, endured unimaginable hardships, only for his prize to be stolen by a common snake. The profound despair and the specific detail of the snake eating the plant and shedding its skin are central to the epic's ultimate message about the finality of human mortality and the unchangeable decree of death. He looked at the discarded skin of the serpent, a grim, mocking reminder of what he had lost. The plant of youth, a tangible victory against time, was gone forever, swallowed by the earth itself through its serpentine agent. In that moment, Gilgamesh's quest for immortality, in any form, finally, irrevocably ended. There was no more hope, no more distant secret to pursue. He had confronted death, attempted to defy it, and ultimately had been forced to accept its undeniable victory. The profound sense of loss and the ultimate acceptance of mortality define the final stages of Gilgamesh's journey. The sight of the serpent slithering away, leaving behind nothing but its discarded skin, and the bitter ashes of Gilgamesh's last hope for defying old age, marked the true nadir of his epic journey. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now guiding you through the profound moment of Gilgamesh's ultimate surrender, where the relentless pursuit of immortality finally collides with the undeniable reality of his human limitations. He collapsed to the ground, his once indomitable spirit utterly broken, his body racked by sobs of profound despair and devastating frustration. The irony was a cruel twist of fate. He, the mighty king, the slayer of monsters, had been outwitted and robbed by a mere snake, a creature often associated with cunning and renewal, which in this context only served to mock his failure. The silence of the night, once filled with the hopeful rustle of his quest, was now heavy with his raw lament. He had journeyed to the ends of the earth, faced terrifying guardians, endured unimaginable hardships, all for a fleeting chance at extended youth, only to have it snatched away in a blink. The plant, so carefully retrieved from the ocean's depths, now lived only as a memory, its miraculous properties visibly demonstrated by the sloughed skin of the serpent, a constant, tangible reminder of what he had possessed and lost. This moment of profound loss, particularly after such an arduous and nearly successful effort, is a classic narrative element designed to strip the hero of all external solutions, forcing an internal transformation. Ushanabi, the faithful ferryman who had accompanied him across the waters of death, stood by in somber silence, witnessing Gilgamesh's utter breakdown. He had seen many mortals come and go, desperate in their search for life's ultimate secret, but none quite as formidable, nor as utterly defeated as this king. There was nothing to say, no words of comfort that could alleviate the crushing weight of Gilgamesh's failure. The ferryman's quiet presence serves as a silent witness to Gilgamesh's profound grief, emphasizing the solitude of his ultimate confrontation with mortality. In that moment of absolute despair, as he stared at the discarded skin, a profound realization began to dawn on Gilgamesh. The quest was over. There was no secret to immortality, no magic plant, no hidden path for mortals to defy the decree of the gods. Death was the inherent lot of all humankind, a universal and inescapable truth. He had fought against it with every fiber of his being, and he had lost. This acceptance of mortality, born from utter defeat, marks the true turning point in Gilgamesh's character arc, shifting him from defiance to a more mature understanding of his place in the cosmos. It's the moment where the universe finally says, "Look, buddy, I know you tried." But no, the tears that flowed were no longer just for Enkidu, nor for the lost plant, but for the universal human condition, for the shared fate that awaited all. He had sought to escape it, to be an exception, but he was, ultimately, just a man, albeit a magnificent one, subject to the same laws that governed all life. This is the crux of the epic's message, the futility of escaping death, and the wisdom of accepting one's mortal limitations. The very act of his long, arduous journey, though ending in failure for his initial goal, had stripped him bare of his youthful arrogance and forced him to confront the deepest existential questions. With a heavy heart, Gilgamesh slowly picked himself up, his spirit utterly humbled, but also, strangely, at peace. The relentless drive that had consumed him for so long had finally abated, replaced by a quiet resignation. He understood now that his true legacy would not be found in eternal life, but in the deeds he performed, the lessons he learned, and the way he lived his finite existence. This subtle shift from a focus on endless life to a focus on meaningful life is the philosophical resolution of the epic, a profound message about human purpose. He turned to Oshanabi, his eyes still weary, but now clear of their desperate light. "Let us return to Uruk," he said, his voice quiet but resolute. "Let us sail back to the city of my birth, to the walls that I built." The journey back would not be a triumphant return with the elixir of youth, but a sober return with a newfound hard-won wisdom. He was no longer running from death. He was walking towards his destiny, accepting its embrace. This decision to return to Uruk, a city he initially ruled tyrannically, now signifies his acceptance of his kingly duties and his role as a mortal leader, completing his hero's journey. The voyage back across the waters of death and the long trek through the familiar landscapes was filled with a different kind of silence. It was not the desperate, fear-filled silence of his outward journey, but a reflective, almost meditative quietude. Gilgamesh observed the world around him with new eyes, seeing the fleeting beauty of a sunrise, the fragile strength of a desert flower, the simple rhythm of human life, all tinged with the profound understanding of their impermanence. He began to appreciate the finite, precious nature of every moment, a stark contrast to his earlier obsession with endless existence. Finally, they saw the towering walls of Uruk on the horizon, massive, imposing, a testament to human endeavor and his own kingship. But this time, Gilgamesh looked at them, not with the proud arrogance of a tyrannical builder, but with a different kind of appreciation. He saw them as a monument to human achievement, to the collective effort of his people, to the enduring legacy that could be carved out of a finite lifespan. These walls, once symbols of his oppression, now represented the enduring nature of human civilization, a structure that would outlast any single mortal, even a king. This profound shift in his perception of the walls from a symbol of his individual power to a testament to communal legacy, signifies his full transformation into a wise and benevolent ruler. As they entered the gates of Uruk, the citizens looked upon their king. He was still clad in animal skins, his face gaunt, his eyes weary, but there was a new light in them, a profound wisdom that radiated from his very being. He was no longer the restless, arrogant youth who had tormented them. He was a man who had faced the ultimate truth of existence and emerged, not with immortality, but with a deep understanding of life's true value. The people, perhaps sensing this subtle but profound change, greeted him with quiet respect, recognizing a transformation that went beyond mere physical appearance. Gilgamesh led Ushanabi through the city, pointing out the magnificent walls he had built, the sturdy foundations, the intricate brickwork. He spoke of the city's history, its people, its enduring strength. He understood now that his immortality lay not in defying death, but in the legacy he left behind, in the strength of his city, the wisdom of his rule, and the stories that would be told about him. The walls of Uruk were his true monument, a testament to his life's work, a symbol of the enduring power of human creation in the face of universal mortality. This final tour of Uruk's walls, presented as Gilgamesh's ultimate legacy, brings the narrative full circle, emphasizing the enduring nature of human civilization and the importance of earthly achievements. He had started as a brutal, self-absorbed ruler, driven by unchecked power and a thirst for personal glory. He had lost his dearest friend, been consumed by fear, and failed in his desperate quest for eternal life. But through his journey, through his profound grief and ultimate acceptance, he had been transformed. He had learned humility, compassion, and the true meaning of friendship. He had come to understand that life, in its finite beauty, was to be cherished, its joys embraced, and its inevitable end accepted with grace. He had become a wise and just king, ruling his people with benevolence and building a city that would stand as a testament to human resilience and creativity. The Epic of Gilgamesh, therefore, is not a story of a hero who conquers death, but of a hero who confronts it, grapples with it, and ultimately accepts it. It is a profound meditation on the human condition, a timeless narrative about friendship, love, loss, and the eternal quest for meaning in a world where mortality is the ultimate decree. Gilgamesh, the mighty king, the flawed hero, found his immortality not in escaping death, but in living a life of purpose, and in the enduring legacy of his wisdom and the magnificent city of Uruk, whose very walls whispered his name through the annals of time. His journey had come to its end, and he had finally found peace, not in endless life, but in the profound acceptance of his human fate. Gilgamesh returned to Uruk, not as the arrogant, relentless king who had once terrorized its citizens, nor as the desperate, fear-stricken wanderer, but as a ruler profoundly changed by his harrowing journey and the bitter lessons learned from loss and failure. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now detailing the practical and philosophical impacts of Gilgamesh's transformed perspective on his governance and his people. His previous obsession with personal glory and an escape from death had finally given way to a deep, quiet understanding of life's finite beauty and the enduring value of human connection and collective endeavor. He had traded the futile pursuit of an impossible dream for the tangible reality of his responsibilities as a king and the enduring legacy he could build within his allotted years. His immediate actions upon returning to Uruk reflected this newfound wisdom. He no longer ruled with an iron fist, demanding unquestioning obedience and exploiting his people for his own monumental ambitions. Instead, he governed with a benevolence born of empathy, a profound understanding of the human condition that he had gained through his own suffering. He listened to his people, addressed their grievances, and worked to ensure their well-being. The construction projects, once symbols of his tyranny, now became symbols of his enlightened reign, undertaken for the benefit and protection of the city, not merely for his personal glorification. This shift in governance from tyranny to benevolence is a critical part of Gilgamesh's redemption arc, demonstrating how personal suffering can lead to improved leadership. The formidable walls of Uruk, which had once been built on the backs of his exhausted populace, now stood as a testament to human resilience and cooperation, a source of pride for all its inhabitants. Gilgamesh himself would often lead visitors, or even just his curious citizens, on tours of the city, proudly pointing out its magnificent architecture. He would describe the mighty foundations, the towering ramparts, the intricate brickwork, not as solely his achievement, but as the collective triumph of Uruk's people. He would speak of the sheer scale of the engineering feat, the careful planning, and the immense labor that went into creating such an enduring stronghold, a marvel of the ancient world whose existence continues to fascinate archaeologists and urban historians. The debate over whether the historical Uruk's walls truly matched the epic's descriptions, some sources suggesting a circuit of nearly 10 kilometers, remains a fascinating point of scholarly discussion. Blending myth with historical fact, he spoke not only of the physical grandeur, but also of the spirit of the city, the resilience of its people, and the collective purpose that bound them together. He understood that a king's true power lay not in absolute dominance, but in fostering the prosperity and unity of his subjects. This public acknowledgement of his people's contributions and his shift in rhetorical style from self-aggrandizement to communal pride underscore his growth as a leader. It's like a rock star suddenly realizing his band is actually pretty good and giving them credit. One of the most significant changes in Gilgamesh was his newfound appreciation for life's simple, fleeting joys. The grim visions of the dusty underworld no longer consumed him. Instead, he focused on the present moment, on the warmth of the sun on his skin, the taste of good food, the laughter of children, and the quiet companionship of his friends and family. He understood that these transient moments were the true treasures of existence, far more precious than any elusive immortality. This embrace of mundane pleasures after his extraordinary adventures completes the philosophical journey of Gilgamesh, aligning him with the wisdom offered by Sidri and Utnapishtim. His friendship with Oshanabi, the ferryman, continued, a quiet, enduring bond forged in shared hardship and the profound revelations of their journey. Oshanabi remained by his side, perhaps now serving as a trusted advisor, a living link to the extraordinary experiences that had shaped Gilgamesh. Their conversations would likely have been less about grand quests and more about the nuances of life, the wisdom gleaned from their travels and the quiet acceptance of their roles in the grand tapestry of existence. The continuation of this relationship highlights the lasting impact of his journey and the profound change in his priorities. Gilgamesh also began to reflect deeply on the nature of his kingship, his responsibilities not just to his contemporaries, but to future generations. He ensured that the city's laws were just, that its granaries were full, and that its defenses were strong. He fostered learning and arts, recognizing that culture and knowledge were also forms of enduring legacy. He became a shepherd to his people in the truest sense, guiding and protecting them, laying the groundwork for a stable and prosperous future that would far outlast his own mortal reign. This long-term, responsible approach to kingship demonstrates his maturity and his commitment to a legacy built on good governance rather than just personal renown. His story, the epic of his journey from tyrant to enlightened king, from a seeker of immortality to an acceptor of mortality, began to be told and retold throughout Uruk and beyond. Scribes, inspired by his transformation, meticulously etched his adventures onto clay tablets, ensuring that his experiences, his triumphs, and his ultimate lessons would be preserved for posterity. This act of recording his story, turning his lived experience into a written narrative, is perhaps the ultimate form of immortality he achieves, a profound literary and cultural legacy that transcends his physical death. The various versions and fragments of the Epic of Gilgamesh found across Mesopotamia, often differing slightly in their details, offer valuable insights into the fluid nature of ancient oral traditions as they transitioned into written forms, reflecting ongoing scholarly debate about the epic's evolutionary history. These tablets, painstakingly crafted from the very clay of Mesopotamia, became his true monuments, more enduring than any physical structure, capable of carrying his story across vast stretches of time and space. Through these written accounts, Gilgamesh would achieve the very thing he had so desperately sought, a form of immortality, not of the flesh, but of the spirit, a lasting presence in the collective memory of humanity. His lessons, his struggles, and his ultimate wisdom would continue to resonate with future generations, offering guidance and insight into the timeless questions of life and death. Gilgamesh ruled Uruk for many more years, a wise and just king, remembered not only for his strength and courage, but for the profound wisdom he had gained from his journey. He lived out his days, fulfilling his mortal destiny, cherished by his people, who recognized in him a leader who had been to the brink of despair and returned with a deeper understanding of what it meant to be truly human. His life became a testament to the power of transformation, the resilience of the human spirit, and the ultimate poignant beauty of a finite existence. He passed away peacefully when his time came, accepting death as an old friend, knowing that his legacy, both in stone and in story, would endure. The reign of Gilgamesh, after his transformative journey, settled into a period of profound wisdom and quiet prosperity for Uruk, a testament to the king's newfound understanding of his role not as an unbridled power, but as a devoted guardian of his people. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now observing the mature Gilgamesh, no longer driven by the frantic pursuit of an unattainable immortality, but by a serene acceptance of his mortal responsibilities. He had come to terms with the inevitable, and in that acceptance, he found a deeper peace and a more profound purpose than any endless life could have offered. His days were now filled not with desperate quests, but with the steady, thoughtful administration of his city. He ensured the maintenance of Uruk's formidable walls, not as a symbol of his individual might, but as a protective embrace for his thriving populace. The very act of inspecting the ramparts, running his hand along the ancient bricks, filled him with a quiet satisfaction, knowing that these structures would stand long after he had returned to the dust from which he came. This dedicated stewardship of the city, focusing on its longevity and the well-being of its inhabitants, highlights the culmination of his transformation into a truly wise ruler. He probably even started a neighborhood watch program for the walls, just to keep things running smoothly. Gilgamesh's relationship with his people blossomed. He walked among them, listening to their concerns, offering counsel, and mediating disputes, always with a patient and empathetic ear. The fear that had once marked his rule had dissipated, replaced by a genuine respect and affection from his subjects. They saw in him not just a king, but a man who had faced the ultimate human dilemma, death, and emerged with profound wisdom, a leader who understood their own fleeting lives and struggles. This shift from fear-based rule to one built on respect and understanding marks the final stage of his leadership evolution, securing his legacy in the hearts of his people. He emphasized the importance of community and cooperation, drawing on the lessons learned from his friendship with Enkidu. He understood that collective endeavor, the shared toil and mutual support of a unified people, was what truly built enduring legacies, not the solitary ambition of a single individual. The prosperity of Uruk during his later reign was a direct reflection of this enlightened leadership, a city that thrived under a king who cherished its well-being above his own fleeting desires. This focus on communal strength and the lasting impact of collective efforts reflects a core message of the Epic regarding the importance of society and shared humanity. His story, the Epic of Gilgamesh, continued to be meticulously preserved and retold, serving as a powerful educational tool for future generations of kings and commoners alike. The scribes of Uruk, under Gilgamesh's patronage, ensured that the clay tablets were carefully inscribed, copied, and stored in the city's archives. A treasure trove of ancient wisdom, these tablets detailed not only his heroic exploits, the slaying of Humbaba and the Bull of Heaven, but crucially, his profound existential journey, his grief, his fear, his desperate quest, and his ultimate acceptance of mortality. This deliberate act of archiving and disseminating his story showcases Gilgamesh's understanding that true immortality lies in narrative and cultural transmission, a fascinating insight into ancient self-awareness regarding historical legacy. This act of recording his experiences for posterity transformed his personal journey into a universal narrative, a timeless tale that transcended the specific confines of ancient Mesopotamia. The various fragmentary copies of the epic, discovered by modern archaeologists from different cities and periods, attest to its widespread influence and enduring appeal throughout the ancient Near East, sparking considerable academic debate about the process of oral transmission and textual standardization in antiquity. It's a bit like having your life story published, but on clay, and then having people argue about the exact wording for thousands of years. Through these meticulously crafted tablets, Gilgamesh achieved the very immortality he had so desperately sought, albeit in a form he initially hadn't understood. His physical body would return to the earth, but his story, his struggles, his wisdom would live on, speaking across the millennia to all who grappled with the fundamental questions of life, death, and human purpose. He became an enduring archetype, a representation of humanity's shared quest for meaning in the face of our inevitable end. His literary legacy, enduring for over 4 millennia, proves more potent than any physical extension of life. His final years were spent in quiet contemplation, a life of profound purpose lived within the boundaries of his mortal existence. He continued to enjoy the simple pleasures, the warmth of the sun, the taste of clean water, the companionship of his loyal subjects, and the lingering memory of his beloved friend, Enkidu. He often reflected on the profound impact Enkidu had on his life, acknowledging that it was the pain of that loss and the friendship that preceded it, which had truly shaped him into the king he became. When his time finally came, Gilgamesh faced death not with terror, but with a quiet dignity and acceptance. He had wrestled with mortality, journeyed to its very edge, and returned with the understanding that to live fully meant to embrace the finite nature of existence. He passed away peacefully, fulfilling the decree of the gods, joining the countless generations that had come before him, knowing that his name, his deeds, and his city would endure in the memory of humankind. His death, a return to the house of dust he once feared, became a completion of his journey, not a defeat. The story of Gilgamesh, therefore, serves as a poignant reminder that while the pursuit of immortality is a fundamental human desire, true fulfillment and lasting legacy often lie in embracing our mortality and making the most of the life we are given. It's a story about the transformation of a flawed hero into a wise leader, a journey from arrogance to humility, from defiance to acceptance. It teaches us that even in the face of inevitable death, human life holds immense value, and that our greatest achievements are often found not in conquering the impossible, but in striving with integrity, cherishing connections, and building something enduring for those who come after us. The magnificent walls of Uruk stand as a silent, powerful monument to this truth, whispering the tale of its great king, Gilgamesh, through the shifting sands of time. The magnificent walls of Uruk, standing as silent sentinels against the relentless march of time, continue to whisper the timeless tale of Gilgamesh, a story not merely of conquest and adventure, but of profound transformation, of human striving, and ultimately, of the poignant acceptance of our shared mortality. The person who knows the characters' names, their real names, hides himself as if he is not there, tells the story flexibly, and does what happens to the characters himself. And he's now concluding this grand narrative, emphasizing the enduring legacy of a hero who found his greatest strength not in defying fate, but in embracing it. These very walls, which Gilgamesh once built in his arrogance, then rebuilt in his wisdom, now symbolize the enduring power of human endeavor and the cyclical nature of existence. They are a tangible reminder that while individual lives are fleeting, the collective achievements of humanity can indeed echo through the millennia, a fascinating blend of historical reality and mythical embellishment. Gilgamesh, the king who once terrified his people, and then desperately sought to escape his own demise, became the epitome of a wise and just ruler. His final years were not marked by restless longing for what could not be, but by a deep contentment derived from fulfilling his earthly duties with integrity and compassion. He ensured the prosperity of Uruk, maintaining its robust defenses, overseeing its agricultural bounty, and fostering a society where justice prevailed. His reign became a golden age, a period of stability and flourishing culture, all stemming from the profound lessons he learned on his extraordinary journey. This quiet, effective governance, often less dramatic than his earlier adventures, is the true mark of his matured leadership. The memory of Enkidu, his beloved companion, remained etched in Gilgamesh's heart, a constant reminder of the preciousness of friendship and the fragility of life. It was a grief that never fully left him, but it no longer consumed him. Instead, it had become a source of profound empathy, allowing him to connect more deeply with the joys and sorrows of his own people. The bond they forged, tested by triumph and tragedy, became the very crucible in which Gilgamesh's transformation was perfected, proving that even the most powerful individuals need companionship to truly understand themselves. It's like a superhero finally realizing their sidekick actually taught them how to be a better person. The Epic of Gilgamesh, meticulously inscribed on clay tablets, survived the sands of time, buried and rediscovered thousands of years later, whispering its ancient wisdom to a modern world grappling with the very same existential questions. These cuneiform tablets, fragile yet incredibly resilient, represent the true immortality that Gilgamesh achieved. His story resonated then, and it resonates now because it speaks to the universal human experience, the yearning for significance, the fear of death, the search for meaning, and the profound impact of love and loss. The very act of archaeology, of unearthing these ancient texts and piecing together their narratives, provides a fascinating meta-narrative to the epic itself, demonstrating how the past literally informs our present understanding of human history and belief. Scholars today continue to debate the finer points of the epic, the precise meanings of its symbols, and the historical veracity of its characters and events. Was Gilgamesh a real king, a mythical figure, or a blend of both? How much of the flood narrative is based on ancient geological events, and how much is purely mythological? These are questions that remain open, inviting endless exploration and interpretation, making the Epic of Gilgamesh a vibrant, living text, constantly reinterpreted through the lens of new knowledge and perspectives. This ongoing academic discourse, reflecting the interpretive challenges of ancient literature, ensures the epic remains a fertile ground for intellectual inquiry. The epic teaches us that our greatest triumphs might not be in conquering external foes or escaping our mortality, but in facing our inner demons, accepting our limitations, and finding purpose within the confines of our finite existence. It reminds us that fame, while tempting, is transient, and that true legacy lies in the wisdom we gain, the love we share, and the positive impact we leave on the world around us. Gilgamesh's journey is a powerful affirmation that a life fully lived, with all its joys and sorrows, its victories and defeats, is more meaningful than an eternity devoid of growth or connection. So, as the sun sets on our telling of the Epic of Gilgamesh, consider the whispers of those ancient Mesopotamian wind gods that brought the flood. Consider the mighty clash of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, and reflect on the king's final quiet wisdom. He walked among his people, a changed man, having looked death in the face and chosen to live fully and meaningfully within the bounds of his human fate. The enduring walls of Uruk, rising proudly from the earth, stand as a final monument to his journey, a testament to the idea that even without literal immortality, human spirit, courage, and story can indeed last forever.